Okay, I'm back. Once again, a good morning to all of you. We all are doing well. That is so unanimous. So later on, I'm going to take the opportunity to at least get to know and listen to each one of you and get to know if you're actually okay. Once again, you're welcome. Thanks for honoring our invitation to come for this launch of the web portal on online gender-based violence. I think you've been seeing quite a number of emails, here and there flying around about this launch. You have perhaps been wondering what it is all, going to be about, and now is the time to actually go ahead and discover what is entailed under this launch. So you're most welcome, and our most sincere gratitude to you as Women of Uganda Network. Speaking to you is Iribagiza David. I do serve as the Program Manager, Information Sharing and Networking, and I will be the one attempting to speak to you some broken English, at least for today. I'll be your host. You're most welcome. For our viewers online, you're also most welcome to this event, and I hope that whatever that we are going to do today is actually going to be of relevance to you. So before I think we can move on, I think it will be very prudent that we get to have a feel of who exactly, is in the room, okay? So at this juncture, I think, Irene, perhaps you help me pass the mic around. You help me pass the mic around so that people can at least introduce themselves. You just perhaps tell us your name, if it is an organization, if it is a company, or if you're freelancing, anything really, where you're hailing from. Please do feel free to tell us. And then, yeah, you can tell us perhaps one or two things that you have found either exciting or not exciting about the commencement of this year, 2025. Thank you. I think with the powers invested in me, we could kick off with this table. Thank you.
I start with a prayer. Okay, thank you. Oh Lord, we thank you for this morning. We thank you for this launch. Guide us and be with us. Bless us, O Lord, King of glory. Let each and everything we discuss be of our advantage. Help develop our communities and help the girls and women out there. O Lord Jesus Christ, my Father, in your name I've prayed. Amen. I'm Kyomugisa Joan, the Community Development Officer, Buhanika Sub-County, Hoima District, and I'm a TOT WOUGNET.
Thank you so much. You're most welcome, Reverend.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yes, my name is Birungi Oliver. I'm the Gender and Advocacy Officer at Center for Environmental Research and Agriculture Innovations. I'm happy to be here today, and I'm from Hoima.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. An agriculturalist. You're going to actually realize this is a very mixed room, eh?
Praise the Lord.
Amen.
My name is Liliana Kachkunda, and I'm the administrator, Hope Media Services Kabale. Hope Radio.
For those who want free airtime on radio, we have people.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nisima Irene. I work with Girls Women in Development in Kabale. Yeah, what I found interesting in this year is that I reached in 2025.
Is that interesting?
Yes. You know, there are people who
but
say...
you told me you were about to get married. Okay. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Breakfast is already set, so you can preserve some more energy. I'm a friend of many and an enemy of none, but my name is Tarimo Albert. I am a team leader at Local Sustainable Communities Organization based in Kabale. We operate in the Chigezi sub-region. I'm happy to be here. And hello, Sandra. Happy to see you.
Chigezi oye? Chigezi oye.
Oye, oye.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Doreen Uwera. I work as a community development officer with Maranatha Health Fort Portal. I also work with Fort Portal Regional Referral Hospital as a theatre assistant.
What you've perhaps appreciated about there?
Oh, it's just amazing to be alive in this year. There are so many great things ahead.
Everyone is thanking God for the gift of life. It seems to be a tough year. But you're welcome from the tourism city. Could proceed to the next table.
Thank you so much. Happy New Year, colleagues.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Kawa Colin. I'm a freelancer journalist. I work within Bunyoro sub-region. I'm happy to be here, and I'm a TOT with WOUGNET'S. Thank you.
Omulusula of Kabaleka.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ivan Kasamba, and I'm the team lead at Country Child Network from Hoima. I'm glad to be here, and the beautiful thing with 2025 is we are seeing the children we support in the organization go back to school. Thank you.
Please, people, take note. I think you're hearing some of these titles, team leader. You might even slide an application in his pocket on his way out.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Atwai Rosemary. I work with WOPA, Uganda Women Parliamentary Association. I'm happy to be here. Auntie Asampo from Bunyoro. I'm also from there. I think we can born in our local language after. I didn't know, and yet you stay next to me.
Anything you liked about the start of 2025?
The start of 2025. You know, we started with, you know, from New Year, then your stress of school fees. I think things will set maybe around March. We are still that stress of fees.
Thank you so much. You're welcome from
Thank
WOPA.
you so much. Good morning, team.
Good morning.
I'm Grace Naluwoza from Strong Minds, Uganda. And I'm happy to be here.
You're most welcome.
About this year, like my colleague has said, I struggled so much with available balance and current balance. So I hope by March it will be stable. Thank you.
We are manifesting it. That available balance is going to increase.
Good morning, team.
Good morning.
I am Barbara Husna Kietum. I'm the co-founder and executive director Wezesha Women Initiative in Hoima, Changwali Refugee Settlement. And I'm happy to be here. About this year, I'm happy, though others are sad because of what Trump is doing, but I'm happy on the opposite because, yeah, Wezesha, that is the dream that I'm building, is getting so much attention and support from so many other well-wishers. That is for this year. Thank you.
Executive Director. Application is coming.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Raymond.
My name is Raymond Amumpire, and I'm a postgraduate researcher at the School of Law, Makerere University.
A lawyer in our midst. Thank you. You're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Navakoza Sylvia, and I work with UBC.
You're busy. Free airtime.
Good morning. My name is Lucy Imalingat. I work for National Association of Women's Organizations in Uganda, NAU, and about this year, it's a puzzle, a jigsaw puzzle. We just have to place the get the right pieces, and it will be a very beautiful year. I just feel so. Thank you.
Very, very, very important message right there. That this whole life is going to feel like a puzzle. This year is going to feel like a puzzle. You just have to know which pieces to place right, and you figure out things. Thank you so much, and you're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Happy New Year to you all.
Happy New Year.
Jomisha Honest is my name. I'm from southwestern Uganda, Greater Kigezi. I work with ICWEA, and I'm an independent human rights defender.
You're most welcome.
Thank you. About this year, it's hard. We are still in the 90 days of the executive order of Mr. Trump. So nothing much.
Good morning, everyone.
I'm sending you, distant hugs. But I do understand what that, means for not just you, but so many people actually in this room. But my sympathies to everyone, and including us, that might have actually been affected by that. But we are crossing fingers for perhaps something better to come up in the near future. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Barbara Nabukwasi, my name. I work with Finn's Medical University as assistant lecturer, and also Great Lakes International Hospital as a principal nursing officer. Yeah, this year I think I'll focus on self-love. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At least now I know where to go to in the event that I do not want a retake. Now I know a lecture.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Gertrude Kabaganda is my name. I work with the Kogere Foundation Uganda, hailing from Fort Portal Tourism City. It's a culture-based organization. I handle women's desk. About this year, I started with fears when January came to around the 20th, and having had nothing from WOUGNET, like we had proposed. So I was wondering what next. But I thank God that we are now in February, and
yes,
we are here at Hilton Gardens Inn. So the future is bright, the year is bright to me. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Please first join me to clap for WOUGNET. I will tell you why. So it seems sometimes when people don't receive a phone call from WOUGNET, they don't feel like life is okay. So I'm glad that WOUGNET is actually bringing such, comfort to people. Thank you so much, and we are glad to have you. Yes. Over to you.
Hi everyone, my name is Yasmin Ahmed, and I'm the Director of Programs for Femtech Law Initiative, an organization that was recently started to advocate for digital rights, more specifically online safety for children and women, and digital inclusion and digital literacy. Thank you.
About the year,
I feel like the year has just started and we should give it some time. Yeah, and it might have come to us, it might have started slowly, but there's still more to go, and yeah, let's do the best that we can.
Optimism. She feels very optimistic about this year. She feels it has just started. It still has a lot to offer. You're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Abisha Gwawire, and I work with the Uganda Association of Women Lawyers, FIDA Uganda, as a project coordinator. Also, women's rights, gender justice, GBV prevention, and recently we have begun doing so much work on TFGBV. So I'm really happy to be in this space, and I want to see how we shall collaborate further with WOUGNET. Thank you.
TFGBV being?
Technology facilitated gender-based violence.
Clearly now you can see we share a room with people that are, like-minded with us, people that share a dream with us. I think I will now go to the team. team at the back, then over to the corner. Lay down.
Good morning, team. You're most welcome. Jonas Aliganyin is my name. I'm a public health specialist. I work with Hope Foundation Uganda as a project officer. We majorly focus on women and young adolescent girls. The year has just begun, and we expect a lot when it comes to online gender-based violence. Thank you to be part of the team again, WOUGNET. You're most welcome again.
Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Babi Roslyn, and I work with Women of Uganda Network under the Gender and ICT Policy Advocacy Program, and I'm happy to be here. About this year, so far so good, and I'm happy for life. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thomas Nsubuga is my name, and I work with Women of Uganda Network as a monitoring and evaluation officer. The most interesting thing about this year is the Supreme Court ruling that has not been yet implemented up to now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Value for Money. He has spoken about something that I quite interest myself in. That is the Supreme Court ruling that has not yet been implemented. I think he must be making reference to the one of the Honorable Kabazguruka, Michael, against Attorney General, the one which basically nullified the proceedings of the General Court Martial. Some might want to refer to it as a kangaroo court, but that's business for another day. Yes, over to you.
We are here.
Yes.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yes, I'm Biamukama Simon, and I'm the team leader of Let Us Save Uganda Development Initiative. And for this year, I'm glad that we are back here for yet another noble cause. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anything about you?
Yeah, that you're back here.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you so much. You know, for us as WOUGNET, our intention is to also build strong-minded human rights defenders. And as soon as my brother Simon realized that his face was not on the screen, he said, "We are here." He said, "Please, we are here." At that point, the man did fight for his rights, and we are glad to have you, Simon. Yes, over to you.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes, good morning.
Happy New Year. I think it's not too late to do that. Sandra Cheng is my name, and also with Women of Uganda Network. I think for this year, I'm grateful for life, and I think it's going to be a different year for all of us. And is it called the theme or something for this year is that this year is going to be a roller coaster year, and we should all be ready for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is our steward. She has thrown in some good advice there that please pull up your socks this year. Tighten your laces because it's going to be quite, you know, a roller coaster. And maybe something else. My brother Raymond, you said you're currently taking on your postgraduate, you know, studies. I think that's a master's. I have a proposal, perhaps what can be a title for your, they call it a thesis or research? Thesis. I think it should, the title should be, at what point of the year do we stop wishing people a happy new year? So please, make sure you research about it. Over to you.
Good morning. I think after Valentine's. Good morning, everyone. My name is Esther Nyapendi, and I also serve at Women of Uganda Network as the Technical Support Officer. I'm very happy to meet all of you. Surely it's a Happy New Year. And for me, yeah, the year is good because God has been good. So I would want to encourage. I don't know what would happen to me after now, but I would want to encourage our AD that God is good.
Amen. Yes, between now and tomorrow, please make sure you mean business. Don't just greet anyhow. You might find yourself in an unexpected relationship, and before you know it, you have a Valentine's date at your hands. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Miriam Nachibul. I work as the finance and admin at WOUGNET'S. About this year, I'm expectant. God is going to do something good for me. So, yeah.
Thank you. You're welcome. Money matters.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Irene Marunga, and I serve at Women of Uganda Network as the Communications Associate. About this year, I think it's going to be, I feel like it's going to be a good year, and yeah, we are going to do great things. Yeah.
Thank you so much. You're welcome, Irene. I think we have a colleague who has just joined us. She could perhaps just tell us her name, what entity she's perhaps coming from. If you're a freelancer, it's also okay. And perhaps what you have so far either appreciated or not appreciated about the kickoff of the new year, 2025.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Charlotte. I work at Chita Hand Uganda under the Youth Engagement Department. The year is nice.
The year is nice. Please, let's give a round of applause for such good energy. The year is nice. Please do clap for her. Yes, so all of you are most welcome. Thanks for really honoring our event as Women of Uganda Network. And I think, like I had stated earlier on, I think you have seen that the people in this room are actually from very diverse backgrounds. And for us as Women of Uganda Network, that is what we strive for, to make sure that we leave no one behind. We do not leave women and girls behind. We do not leave people from the different sectors behind. So thank you so much for coming through at this juncture. Without wasting any further time, allow me to invite, right after she has finished taking her final sip of water, our dear steward, our executive director, Ms. Sandra Cheng, to deliver the opening remarks. Thank you so much.
The room is quiet. Thank you, David, and the rest of the WOUGNET team. Good morning once again. Good morning. Thank you so much for creating time. Our distinguished guests, the partners in the room. I think we also have representatives from the government, the civil society organizations, especially those who have traveled all the way from up country. Thank you. And then also the technology experts in the room. Thank you for coming, the media, and all the delegated advocates in this room from the digital rights space, gender equality. It's really an honor for me to stand before you today as we make a very pivot movement and also a moment for us as WOUGNET in our collective fight, especially against online gender-based violence. We've started it early. I think next month is going to be International Women's Day. So it's also a chance for us to recognize some of the work we have done. So on behalf of WOUGNET, I really want to extend our deepest gratitude, especially to one of you, all of you here, for taking the time to be here. I think it means a lot to us, spending your time to travel all the way, leaving everything that you are doing to be here with us. I think it shows the collective action, the holistic action that we have towards the fight against online gender-based violence. For those who are joining us also online, thank you. Also, this also witness our collectiveness in championing the transformative initiative in countering online gender-based violence, especially against women and girls. We have gathered here because the internet is a space that are meant to connect all of us, to empower all of us, and also become also a very battleground where mostly women and girls, of course there are also some men and boys who face cyber harassment, who face cyber stalking, who face non-consensual distribution of intimate images, commonly known as revenge porn, a word that we like to advocate against. Based on our recent study by WOUGNET that we did with the Makerere University School of Women and Gender Studies, it really revealed a very overwhelming statistic which stated that 88 of the respondents recognize the spread and the nature of online gender-based violence in Uganda. This was a study we did in all the 5 administrative districts of Uganda in 2022. And even it's more concerning that only 35% of women and girls have sufficient digital literacy, making them even more vulnerable to these online threats, abuse, and harassment, especially onto the online space. But today we are here, and we are taking a stand. We are saying that it's enough, and with the general support of Enabel, some people call it Enable, WOUGNET has developed an OGBV, online gender-based violence, information access and support service portal, which is a one-stop portal that provides essential psychosocial, legal, and technical assistance to victims and survivors of online gender-based violence. Many of you in this room were part of this journey, and I think my colleagues will also allude to later. We thank you for being part of providing the information of what we feel and think, and also from research, think that this portal should be in the fight against online gender-based violence. So this is not just a platform, it's more than a website, it's a lifeline, it's a beacon of hope for those who have felt unheard, for those who feel unprotected, and those who feel alone in their struggles. And with this portal, we hope that it will offer victims access to critical resources, to support services, and also it will provide awareness. I think if you walk to any meeting and you don't hear the word awareness, then you're not in any of the civil society work. And also it will provide education materials. You will see it later. We'll provide lots of information on how to keep safe online, and not forgetting that online gender-based violence also translates to the offline world. And it will also create a safe space. Can we all shout safe space? Safe space. Okay, where survivors will report incidents, seek justice, but most importantly, also foster collaboration among policymakers in this room. We've seen OOPA, who has been a very important partner for WOUGNET, especially creating doors, or I don't know how the word they use it, someone who makes it easy for you to access parliament. So thank you, OOPA. OOPA is the Uganda Women's Parliamentary Association, and also the many civil society organizations here. Also the technology experts to combat more effectively online gender-based violence more effectively. One thing that I feel with this this portal is collaboration. And once again, can we just say collaboration? So I will start from there. The power of collaboration is very important in the fight for gender equality, for combating online gender-based violence. It's not a one-person battle. It requires multi-sectoral engagement. For those who know about the internet governance, for those who have been studied about it, they always emphasize the use of multi-stakeholdism, which is very important to have a free, open, safe and secure internet for all. And that's why today is very important to us. We are joined by you all, individuals, organizations that have been really tirelessly working to promote digital inclusion, to promote women's rights. I've heard of FIDA in the room, thank you. We have collaborated with FIDA, and we are happy that more organizations are recognizing online gender-based violence. Some call it technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and some also prefer to call it technology-mediated gender-based violence. And again, the fight is also about how do we have a uniform term so that this fight is uniform. Everyone understands the language. So we hope that with this collaboration, we will be able to promote digital inclusion, protect women's rights, and also through this portal, we can also build a safe and more inclusive digital space for all. So yes, we invite you all here for this fight, the government bodies in the room, the advocacy groups that are in the room, the people from the academia, I had someone who is from academia, and also the private sector, which is a very important key player, especially when we talk about data related to women access. And yesterday I was in a discussion that was talking about the privacy and security in terms of the business related. So we should all embrace this platform, integrate it in your work, talk about it proudly, spread the word, because the truth is that women's rights are human rights, digital rights and human rights are also human rights. And with the evolving use of tech, this is more important now. And ensuring a safe online is just as critical as also ensuring safety in our physical space, because the two intertwine and we can't run away from all of us. So as we officially going to unveil this platform today, it's a reminder to us all, you and I, that awareness is really powerful. So let's educate, let's inform. If you've learned something here, go share it with your neighbor. Last week I learned something about the traditional knowledge. And for us, if we create knowledge, if you are able to share it with a neighbor, I feel that's a way of preserving knowledge. We don't know whether the next day we are going to wake up and that one person can transform the knowledge to the other. And also, just a reminder that technology should be a tool for progress. It should not be an oppression. So let's innovatively and responsively use it. And also a reminder that change is possible when we act together. So let's commit to this movement. To every woman and girl in this room who have suffered in silence, and even for the men, this is for you. You are seen, you are heard, you are not alone. To all our partners and also the supporters, your commitment is really valuable. Today is also a testament by creating time to be in this room to what we can achieve when we work together. With that, I really want to warmly welcome you to this milestone event, and also to invite you to really engage, to learn, to collaborate as we take a bold step in ending online gender-based violence in Uganda. And I said ending because ending is a continuous word. We cannot end it today, but we hope that one day it will come to pass through the collaborative fights that we have all come here to get involved. Thank you, and I declare this workshop open.
Yes, thank you so much, our dear steward, Miss Sandra Acheng. Please, once again, let's give her a round of applause. Yes, Sandra is our team lead. Some people in some places will say the vision bearer. And I think so far, for where we are, for an organization that was founded in 2000, I think it is a great job that she is doing. So please, once again, let's clap for her, and thanks for opening. You might wonder why I'm making you overclap for her. That's how you know someone who is targeting a salary increment. But yes, just maybe to show you something a little. Jacob? Okay, yes?
So I would like us to clap in a more organized manner. We hold trainings, we hold these events, so we know how to better clap for, you know, someone that has spoken sense, right? Yeah, so there is a simple one. We can just do this. Na? Nyongeza tena. Yeah, that's much better.
Thank you so much. As I was targeting salary increment, my job was also being targeted. Yes, but thank you so much once again, Sandra. She made mention of a few things that I feel are very important for us to pick from, her speech or her address. She made mention of the fact that today we are going to be launching this OGBV web portal. So this is basically a web portal. A web portal is literally something that is like a website, but a website that specifically focuses on something. And now this is going to focus on OGBV. She made reference to it as a one-stop center. Okay? So I believe, speaking about the collaboration that she has been talking about, we as partners, we are going to work together to make sure that this is a living portal, that this is something that does reflect the aspiration of us, the human rights defenders. And then in addition to that, she spoke about the fact that, knowledge is power, that through this portal you actually be able to access a series of, information that we believe will be quite relevant, not only to victims and survivors of online gender-based violence, but the potential victims as well. And not also forgetting about the potential and the actual perpetrators. That should they also one day access the site, let them first educate their minds as well. And she also emphasized another thing, and this is something that we as Women of Uganda Network are so proud of, the fact that we are not those guys that will just tell you that we advocate for your right to access these digital technologies. Please access the internet. No, we don't do that. In addition to doing that, we also make sure that we tell you how you can be safe online. Is that not a good thing, guys? Thank you so much. Maybe Jacob, you could help me project the program. Very good at. Okay, so our first item on the agenda, of course, was arrival and registration, which was later on followed by the opening remarks, which were made by Ms. Sandra Cheng. So later on, we shall be having, a keynote address, but that will come slightly later. And after which we were going to also have the official launch of the WOUGNET knowledge portal on OGBV information, access and support services. But before that, I know a hungry person is an angry person. A hungry mind is an angry mind. So it's at this point that upon the advice of many, we thought it fit that you first go have a cup of tea, at least for about 10 to 15 minutes. Then, we can come back. And please, while you're having your cup of tea, like you saw this room, it's a mixed, room. So feel free to also network, get a few contacts of people here and there. You never know where the threads of this world might make you meet again. Thank you so much. See you after your break tea. Bon appetit.
and others have suffered physical violence. What are the forms of online gender-based violence? Online sexual harassment, a violence inflicted when a harasser sends abusive, threatening, or obscene messages to the victim. Cyberstalking, a repeated surveillance by an individual or a group towards another person with the intention of harassing. Non-consensual intimate images, commonly known as revenge porn, involves distributing of sexually explicit images or videos of a person on the internet without consent. Trolling involves posting of messages, images, or videos and the creation of hashtags for the purpose of annoying, provoking, or inciting violence against someone. Many trolls are anonymous and use false accounts to generate hate speech. What can I do if I'm faced with violence online? Ask the people around you for support. Report abusive accounts or content to the authorities and to the social media operators. Document or write down the experience for later legal use. Call a lawyer to help you file a lawsuit or report the matter to the nearest police station and file a report.
Won't I be harassed or bullied again after I report the matter to police? How do I avoid it from happening again to me?
Don't be afraid to report the matter. It is your fundamental right to seek for protection. Always use different passwords for different websites and accounts whenever required, and remember your password is a secret only known to you. Avoid communicating with strangers online or participating in online forums or sites that encourage anonymity.
Do young girls or women like me also face violence online?
Everyone is vulnerable. We need to be vigilant and report any form of abuse and risk online because you are a potential victim. What are some of the laws in Uganda that I can refer to when reporting the case of violence or abuse online? The Computer Misuse Act of 2011, Data Protection and Privacy Act of 2019, Anti-Pornography Act of 2014, and the Penal Code Act are some of the laws that you can refer to in addition to other specific social media and online privacy policies. This message is brought to you by Women of Uganda Network with support from Take Back the Tech APC. Do you know about online gender-based violence? It is any act of violence committed or abetted by the use of ICT tools like laptops, phones, internet, email, or social media. This act is directed towards someone against their will on the basis of gender. Online GBV violates women's digital rights to freedom of expression and association, right to access information, right to privacy and data protection that can never be underlooked because survivors have faced prejudice, emotional damage, loss of jobs, and others have suffered physical violence. What are the forms of online gender-based violence? Online sexual harassment, a violence inflicted when a harasser sends abusive, threatening, or obscene messages to the victim. Cyberstalking, a repeated surveillance by an individual or a group towards another person with the intention of harassing. Non-consensual intimate images, commonly known as revenge porn, involves distributing of sexually explicit images or videos of a person on the internet without consent. Trolling involves posting of messages, images, or videos and the creation of hashtags for the purpose of annoying, provoking, or inciting violence against someone. Many trolls are anonymous and use false accounts to generate hate speech. What can I do if I'm faced with violence online? Ask the people around you for support. Report abusive accounts or content to the authorities and to the social media operators. Document or write down the experience for later legal use. Call a lawyer to help you file a lawsuit or report the matter to the nearest police station and file a report.
Won't I be harassed or bullied again after I report the matter to police? How do I avoid it from happening again to me?
Don't be afraid to report the matter. It is your fundamental right to seek for protection. Always use different passwords for different websites and accounts whenever required, and remember your password is a secret only known to you. Avoid communicating with strangers online or participating in online forums or sites that encourage anonymity.
Do young girls or women like me also face violence online?
Everyone is vulnerable. We need to be vigilant and report any form of abuse and risk online because you are a potential victim. What are some of the laws in Uganda that I can refer to when reporting the case of violence or abuse online? The Computer Misuse Act of 2011, Data Protection and Privacy Act of 2019, Anti-Pornography Act of 2014, and the Penal Code Act are some of the laws that you can refer to in addition to other specific social media and online privacy policies. This message is brought to you by Women of Uganda Network with support from Take Back the Tech APC. Do you know about online gender-based violence? It is any act of violence committed or abetted by the use of ICT tools like laptops, phones, internet, email, or social media. This act is directed towards someone against their will on the basis of gender. Online GBV violates women's digital rights to freedom of expression and association, right to access information, right to privacy and data protection that can never be underlooked because survivors have faced prejudice, emotional damage, loss of jobs, and others have suffered physical violence. What are the forms of online gender-based violence? Online sexual harassment, a violence inflicted when a harasser sends abusive, threatening, or obscene messages to the victim. Cyberstalking, a repeated surveillance by an individual or a group towards another person with the intention of harassing. Non-consensual intimate images, commonly known as revenge porn, involves distributing of sexually explicit images or videos of a person on the internet without consent. Trolling involves posting of messages, images, or videos and the creation of hashtags for the purpose of annoying, provoking, or inciting violence against someone. Many trolls are anonymous and use false accounts to generate hate speech. What can I do if I'm faced with violence online? Ask the people around you for support. Report abusive accounts or content to the authorities and to the social media operators. Document or write down the experience for later legal use. Call a lawyer to help you file a lawsuit or report the matter to the nearest police station and file a report.
Won't I be harassed or bullied again after I report the matter to police? How do I avoid it from happening again to me?
Don't be afraid to report the matter. It is your fundamental right to seek for protection. Always use different passwords for different websites and accounts whenever required, and remember your password is a secret only known to you. Avoid communicating with strangers online or participating in online forums or sites that encourage anonymity.
Do young girls or women like me also face violence online?
Everyone is vulnerable. We need to be vigilant and report any form of abuse and risk online because you are a potential victim. What are some of the laws in Uganda that I can refer to when reporting the case of violence or abuse online? The Computer Misuse Act of 2011, Data Protection and Privacy Act of 2019, Anti-Pornography Act of 2014, and the Penal Code Act are some of the laws that you can refer to in addition to other specific social media and online privacy policies. This message is brought to you by Women of Uganda Network with support from Take Back the Tech APC. Do you know about online gender-based violence? It is any act of violence committed or abetted by the use of ICT tools like laptops, phones, internet, email, or social media. This act is directed towards someone against their will on the basis of gender. Online GBV violates women's digital rights to freedom of expression and association, right to access information, right to privacy and data protection that can never be underlooked because survivors have faced prejudice, emotional damage, loss of jobs, and others have suffered physical violence. What are the forms of online gender-based violence? Online sexual harassment, a violence inflicted when a harasser sends abusive, threatening, or obscene messages to the victim. Cyberstalking, a repeated surveillance by an individual or a group towards another person with the intention of harassing. Non-consensual intimate images, commonly known as revenge porn, involves distributing of sexually explicit images or videos of a person on the internet without consent. Trolling involves posting of messages, images, or videos and the creation of hashtags for the purpose of annoying, provoking, or inciting violence against someone. Many trolls are anonymous and use false accounts to generate hate speech. What can I do if I'm faced with violence online? Ask the people around you for support. Report abusive accounts or content to the authorities and to the social media operators. Document or write down the experience for later legal use. Call a lawyer to help you file a lawsuit or report the matter to the nearest police station and file a report.
Won't I be harassed or bullied again after I report the matter to police? How do I avoid it from happening again to me?
Don't be afraid to report the matter. It is your fundamental right to seek for protection. Always use different passwords for different websites and accounts whenever required, and remember your password is a secret only known to you. Avoid communicating with strangers online or participating in online forums or sites that encourage anonymity.
Do young girls or women like me also face violence online?
Everyone is vulnerable. We need to be vigilant and report any form of abuse and risk online because you are a potential victim. What are some of the laws in Uganda that I can refer to when reporting the case of violence or abuse online? The Computer Misuse Act of 2011, Data Protection and Privacy Act of 2019, Anti-Pornography Act of 2014, and the Penal Code Act are some of the laws that you can refer to in addition to other specific social media and online privacy policies. This message is brought to you by Women of Uganda Network with support from Take Back the Tech APC. Do you know about online gender-based violence? It is any act of violence committed or abetted by the use of ICT tools like laptops, phones, internet, email, or social media. This act is directed towards someone against their will on the basis of gender. Online GBV violates women's digital rights to freedom of expression and association, right to access information, right to privacy and data protection that can never be underlooked because survivors have faced prejudice, emotional damage, loss of jobs, and others have suffered physical violence. What are the forms of online gender-based violence? Online sexual harassment, a violence inflicted when a harasser sends abusive, threatening, or obscene messages to the victim. Cyberstalking, a repeated surveillance by an individual or a group towards another person with the intention of harassing. Non-consensual intimate images, commonly known as revenge porn, involves distributing of sexually explicit images or videos of a person on the internet without consent. Trolling involves posting of messages, images, or videos and the creation of hashtags for the purpose of annoying, provoking, or inciting violence against someone. Many trolls are anonymous and use false accounts to generate hate speech. What can I do if I'm faced with violence online? Ask the people around you for support. Report abusive accounts or content to the authorities and to the social media operators. Document or write down the experience for later legal use. Call a lawyer to help you file a lawsuit or report the matter to the nearest police station and file a report.
Won't I be harassed or bullied again after I report the matter to police? How do I avoid it from happening again to me?
Don't be afraid to report the matter. It is your fundamental right to seek for protection. Always use different passwords for different websites and accounts whenever required, and remember your password is a secret only known to you. Avoid communicating with strangers online or participating in online forums or sites that encourage anonymity.
Do young girls or women like me also face violence online?
Everyone is vulnerable. We need to be vigilant and report any form of abuse and risk online because you are a potential victim. What are some of the laws in Uganda that I can refer to when reporting the case of violence or abuse online? The Computer Misuse Act of 2011, Data Protection and Privacy Act of 2019, Anti-Pornography Act of 2014, and the Penal Code Act are some of the laws that you can refer to in addition to other specific social media and online privacy policies. This message is brought to you by Women of Uganda Network with support from Take Back the Tech APC. Do you know about online gender-based violence? It is any act of violence committed or abetted by the use of ICT tools like laptops, phones, internet, email, or social media. This act is directed towards someone against their will on the basis of gender. Online GBV violates women's digital rights to freedom of expression and association, right to access information, right to privacy and data protection that can never be underlooked because survivors have faced prejudice, emotional damage, loss of jobs, and others have suffered physical violence. What are the forms of online gender-based violence? Online sexual harassment, a violence inflicted when a harasser sends abusive, threatening, or obscene messages to the victim. Cyberstalking, a repeated surveillance by an individual or a group towards another person with the intention of harassing. Non-consensual intimate images, commonly known as revenge porn, involves distributing of sexually explicit images or videos of a person on the internet without consent. Trolling involves posting of messages, images, or videos and the creation of hashtags for the purpose of annoying, provoking, or inciting violence against someone. Many trolls are anonymous and use false accounts to generate hate speech. What can I do if I'm faced with violence online? Ask the people around you for support. Report abusive accounts or content to the authorities and to the social media operators. Document or write down the experience for later legal use. Call a lawyer to help you file a lawsuit or report the matter to the nearest police station and file a report.
Won't I be harassed or bullied again after I report the matter to police? How do I avoid it from happening again to me?
Don't be afraid to report the matter. It is your fundamental right to seek for protection. Always use different passwords for different websites and accounts whenever required, and remember your password is a secret only known to you. Avoid communicating with strangers online or participating in online forums or sites that encourage anonymity.
Do young girls or women like me also face violence online?
Everyone is vulnerable. We need to be vigilant and report any form of abuse and risk online because you are a potential victim. What are some of the laws in Uganda that I can refer to when reporting the case of violence or abuse online? The Computer Misuse Act of 2011, Data Protection and Privacy Act of 2019, Anti-Pornography Act of 2014, and the Penal Code Act are some of the laws that you can refer to in addition to other specific social media and online privacy policies. This message is brought to you by Women of Uganda Network with support from Take Back the Tech APC. Loss of jobs, and others have suffered threatening or obscene messages to the victim. Cyberstalking, a repeated surveillance by an individual or a group towards another person with the intention of harassing. Non-consensual intimate images, commonly known as revenge porn, involves distributing of sexually explicit images or videos of a person on the internet without consent. Trolling involves posting of messages, images, or videos and the creation of hashtags for the purpose of annoying, provoking, or inciting violence against someone. Many trolls are anonymous and use false accounts to generate hate speech. What can I do if I'm faced with violence online? Ask the people around you for support. Report abusive accounts or content to the authorities and to the social media operators. Document or write down the experience for later legal use. Call a lawyer to help you file a lawsuit or report the matter to the nearest police station and file a report.
Won't I be harassed or bullied again after I report the matter to police? How do I avoid it from happening again to me?
Don't be afraid to report the matter. It is your fundamental right to seek for protection. Always use different passwords for different websites and accounts whenever required, and remember your password is a secret only known to you. Avoid communicating with strangers online or participating in online forums or sites that encourage anonymity.
Do young girls or women like me also face violence online?
Everyone is vulnerable. We need to be vigilant and report any form of abuse and risk online because you are a potential victim. What are some of the laws in Uganda that I can refer to when reporting the case of violence or abuse online? The Computer Misuse Act of 2011, Data Protection and Privacy Act of 2019, Anti-Pornography Act of 2014, and the Penal Code Act are some of the laws that you can refer to in addition to other specific social media and online privacy policies. This message is brought to you by Women of Uganda Network with support from Take Back the Tech APC. Do you know about online gender-based violence? It is any act of violence committed or abetted by the use of ICT tools like laptops, phones, internet, email, or social media. This act is directed towards someone against their will on the basis of gender. Online GBV violates women's digital rights to freedom of expression and association, right to access information, right to privacy and data protection that can never be underlooked because survivors have faced prejudice, emotional damage, loss of jobs, and others have suffered physical violence. What are the forms of online gender-based violence? Online sexual harassment, a violence inflicted when a harasser sends abusive, threatening, or obscene messages to the victim. Cyberstalking, a repeated surveillance by an individual or a group towards another person with the intention of harassing. Non-consensual intimate images, commonly known as revenge porn, involves distributing of sexually explicit images or videos of a person on the internet without consent. Trolling involves posting of messages, images, or videos and the creation of hashtags for the purpose of annoying, provoking, or inciting violence against someone. Many trolls are anonymous and use false accounts to generate hate speech. What can I do if I'm faced with violence online? Ask the people around you for support. Report abusive accounts or content to the authorities and to the social media operators. Document or write down the experience for later legal use. Call a lawyer to help you file a lawsuit or report the matter to the nearest police station.
Okay. We'll be back from that brief tea break. I hope you did enjoy your tea. Did you? Okay. In case there are those that didn't quite enjoy it, please do feel free to drop, some feedback by our wellness desk at the back, and then we can see perhaps what we can be able to do later on. So, violence against women, such a cruel shame. We rise in unity, ignite the flame, because once there is no more silence, then there is no more fear. Together, let's stand up for justice. Let voices be heard and be clearly heard at that. That is not my poem. That is from ChatGPT. You can be very sure about that. Oh, you almost thought I was that creative. No. That was just a very simple, they call them what? A poem. What's that part of a poem? Is it called a stanza? A stanza is for music. A poem, it's what? I've forgotten. But I just got it from ChatGPT, just perhaps to show you sometimes the power of technology, of these digital technologies and what impact they can actually have. So you're welcome back from that short tea break. We shall now proceed with the rest of the program. Yes, there are some faces that have just joined us, but worry not. You're going to be able to get to know who those people are in a few. But at this point, please do allow me to shift to the next item on the agenda, which is the official launch of WOUGNET'S knowledge portal on online gender-based violence, information and support services. So we have been singing this since morning. Okay? Are we together? Guys, do I have your attention? To be very important that we understand. So we've been singing this since morning, that we thought it fit that as Women of Uganda Network, with the kind of vision that we did share with our partners, that is Belgium in Development and Enabel, that it is only important that we have some sort of, information hub, some sort of knowledge portal that we can always access, that anyone in Uganda can always access, so that they can be able to acquaint themselves with information about online gender-based violence. My executive director has been, she did bring it to our attention that online gender-based violence is actually quite a growing scourge in society. It has become quite a problem, and that despite the fact that every other day we have many more people that are able to access these digital technologies, they're able to access these phones, they're able to access these tablets, they're able to access the internet itself, that at a certain point their safety online has not really been guaranteed. Okay? Now remember, access to these digital technologies actually does guarantee your rights to freedom of expression, whereby you're now free to express yourself online, to give your opinion about different issues. You're able to access information. You're a student, maybe you want to pursue your research. You're able to conduct your research as opposed to going to the Makerere University Library. You do not need to do so. Most of those books are now available also in the form or in the format of e-books. So are you guys seeing how technology is trying to make things much easier? But then we ignore the fact that perpetrators are not sleeping. They are not sleeping. The guy who used to stalk you physically in the library at Makerere University now also knows that you no longer go to the library. Why? Because now you can access the library on what? Online. What do these guys do? They also shift online. About 2 out of every 3 women that you actually do come across have actually experienced online gender-based violence. What that essentially means is, just look at your table, exactly where you're seated. If the table has 3 women, chances are very high that 2 of those have at least encountered one form of online gender-based violence. So that is how serious this issue is, and we cannot ignore it. Like I was saying, the perpetrator is now going to stop stalking A1 Juliet physically and start stalking her online. And it's a whole reversing cycle. The person who starts stalking you online, before you know it, they're again stalking you physically. Before you know it, someone's phone has been hacked. Before you know it, there is non-consensual sharing of intimate pictures. Some people prefer to refer to them as nude pictures. Before you know it, they're all over the timeline. Before you know it, we have captions on social media like, so and so has united Ugandans again. Imagine violence that is being perpetrated against you being what unites Ugandans. And always look at those posts once they are being put out there. You post your doctoral research. I was researching in this and this and this and this medicine. It will not get engagement, but let them see such content. Sorry, I keep using the name Juliet. You will later on know why I keep using the name Juliet. Before you know it, Juliet is the one that is uniting the world. Quite sad, right? So we started off a journey where first we pitched that concept to our partners, Enabel, and they did buy into it and felt that it would actually be nice that before we can even try to counter online gender-based violence, that people can firstly be aware of what it is, how it manifests itself, and how perhaps we can now be able to counter it. Okay? So this also led to a series of events. Some of you, including those that are in this room, Raymond, I see you. Quite a number of people who are in this room were actually invited in this very room some time back, last year, in what we termed as a consultative design meeting for this OGBV portal. What was the essence of conducting this meeting? It was so that we can collectively, as partners, because as WOUGNET, we know we cannot operate like islands. We operate in partnerships. We very well know that your input is always of paramount importance. So we had this consultative meeting, design meeting, in which we actually did get the ideas from you about what this web portal should envisage or what it should look like. Raymond, do you remember that moment? He nods in assent. So it was from that, consultative meeting that, we started patching ideas here and there to make sure that whatever we do is going to be meaningful. And it was at that point that the developer also did get to understand what vision we had for this. And despite having this launch, this web portal, we intend it to be a living portal. We want it to continue evolving as we also evolve, not just as WOUGNET, but even you as our partners. That it is through your support that we are, for example, always going to acquire content to upload on this web portal. That if, for example, you are a partner and now you know that you provide legal services for victims of online gender-based violence, that you can reach out to us and that we can be able to upload that information after verification, that in actual sense, your services are what our people can actually be able to benefit from. That should you perhaps even have an article that you have envisioned, you sat there for several hours and you felt this, I believe, is an article that will communicate to people that are encountering online gender-based violence, that you can submit it to us. We'll look through it and we have it uploaded. Okay? So it is going to be a whole set of collaboration to make sure that we sustain this. This is not just about us as WOUGNET, it is about all of us as partners that are seated with us here right now and those that are even online. Isn't that beautiful? Thank you. So at this particular juncture, allow me to invite one of the people that have been putting in quite the huge shifts when it comes to development of this portal. They have been quite technical in terms of development of this web portal. And that is my colleague, Esther Nyapendi, just in case she has a few words, one or two, to say before we can call upon the consultant that designed this web portal to now show you how it is actually going to function. Are we together? Are we all in agreement that we proceed that way? Sweet. Over to you, Esther. You can even just greet us.
Hello, everyone. I don't really have much to say, but just to share this, what should I call it, milestone with all of you. But very much so is that we really are imploring on your commitment to ensure that this portal, WOUGNET, is able to sustain it with more information that, you know, many individuals, many women, many girls, many communities can access it to end or to ending, as Sandra said, online gender-based violence, because again, this is not a journey that is, you know, going to stop once we move out of the room, but it's something that we are going to continuously fight, mostly because technology is advancing, and very importantly, I'll be taking you through a session after this to just share with you that with the advancement of technologies, there are new things that are coming up, okay? Now that we look at online gender-based violence, we have technology-facilitated gender-based violence, and that's also another component of its own that we also need to, you know, kind of dissect and understand what are the different forms, how does it manifest, because there's a quote that David likes to share that the scammers are not asleep, and so we also don't have to sleep. And really, I'll be sharing more once Wahid unveils the portal, and mostly because it has been an experience, a good journey for us to actually, you know, have this come to life. And I'm very opportune to give back the microphone to David, and yeah.
I'm here. Like Simon said, I'm here. Please, let the cameras now focus on me. Yes, thank you so much, my colleague Esther. Esther is our technical support officer. Most of the things that, you know, deal with technicalities, when it comes to technicalities, Esther is that person that you run to. Should your computer have issues, the website maybe needs some, you know, development, or it needs to be improved a bit, Esther is the person that you go to. So thank you so much, Esther, for she has made great and immense contribution towards developing this portal. So at this juncture, allow me to invite our consultant, who has been part of the team that has been, please, as he comes, let's give him a round of applause. Yes. He prefers to identify himself as simply Wahid, and I beg that we do address him as such. So he has been part of the team that have been developing this web portal, and I think now he's going to, you know, briefly take us through the various functionalities of this web portal so that we can see what we are dealing with. Thank you. Okay. As we are waiting for the computer to be connected so that they can display. Good. Great.
Hello, everyone. I think David has already introduced me. My name is Wahid, and I'm a web developer. So we worked on this online portal, and so I'm going to just take you through how the thing works, and David will supplement on some questions that you have. So let me see. Yeah, so this is the portal that we worked on, and I'll just briefly take you through how it works. So this portal was designed to be simple and efficient, and it also works with like any device. It's responsive on mobile or computer, so you can I'll share the link after where you can access it, like using your phone or computer. Yeah, so I'll start from this part. So we added this link so that someone can be able to go back to the main WOUGNET website from this portal, so that you don't have to like look for that link again. So it's just simple here. And then there's a donate button. So this one is more like for the sponsors, anyone who needs to sponsor and all that. So there's that donate part. And then this report abuse button. So it's going to be on top whether you're using mobile or computer. So someone can be able to just click. So it will just pop up, and you fill that form and submit, like in case you're reporting any abuse. And an email will be sent to the WOUGNET team, and they'll respond to you. So also here on the menu, this section, you have news and updates. So under this tab, any new updates like day-to-day activities, whatever happens within the WOUGNET thing, the information will go here. So you'll be able to find all the resources here under news and updates. So under resources, you have legal, counseling, technical reports and publications, and videos. So any resource that goes within any of those categories will go under those tabs. So if you're looking for, let's say, legal, you'll just have to click under legal, and you'll access information regarding that. And then there's under the contact. So this is like just general inquiries. You need to contact the team. So you'll have information here, frequently asked questions, and all that. So you have all the information you need here. And then on the home page, this the banner, like it explains, like from the moment you land on the website, this section explains to you exactly like why this portal was created. So, and you can click learn more and you'll be able to read more about this portal. So this is the information about the portal, like about, so like this has like the detailed information of the team. Yeah. So same here, like just a brief about information, and some stats there. News and updates, like you'll have latest updates on the homepage. It will go under this section. And digital safety tips, you'll be able to access it under that section. And also still down here, in case someone has scrolled, they'll still be able to access the report form, like in case you want to report anything, it's the same form. And then it will be followed by the sponsors for the portal and the WOUGNET. And then lastly, there is a live chat. So in case you need to instantly talk, get support, you can open this chat, so it will be accessible, like as you scroll the portal, like any page, you'll be able to see the chat, so you can start a new conversation. So this information is optional. Someone can decide to submit their details, let's say their name, email, and phone number, or if they feel like they don't want to, they can still, they can still start a chat, and you can, like for example, you can send a message, so instantly the WOUGNET team will get an instant notification, and someone will be able to support you. Like for example, you have sent, so you can see someone has joined to support, so they'll be able to assist you from there. And yeah, that's how it works really. So yeah, you can see that's how the live support will be working. So this is the link to the portal, ogbv.wougnet.org. You can access that from your phone. Yeah. So unless someone has a question.
Yes, maybe just before the questions can come in. Yes, let's first give him a round of applause, please. Yes. Hey. Yes, thank you so much, Wahid, a man of very, very, very few words. Very technical, means business. He came to Kampala to what? To work and make money. Yes. So what he has just been demonstrating to you right now is the OGBV web portal. Now, this web portal, we did not want it just to be very appealing to, pardon me, I'm going to use this word, but to sophisticated elites. Elites, you very, very, very extremely educated people. No, that is not what we wanted. We wanted something that was so simple, okay? In that even someone just with basic literacy skills can actually be able to just read plainly what is there and understand, okay? So he has been reading for you the address of this OGB, and please, there are Wi-Fi, papers on the various tables that you are. So feel free to connect the Wi-Fi, like right now, so that you can also try and, test this web portal. So he has been showing you the various sections of this web portal. He did show you the part of resources. Please just go to resources, Wahid. So maybe let's just use legal as an example. Yes, legal. Yes, so just click on that first article. Yes. So during the consultative meeting that we did have together with some of the people that are in this room, we commenced the mapping out of certain institutions that we believe that offer these services. And for us, what we are just trying to do is just point people where they can get these services from, just giving information. Oh, we have FIDA, for example. That FIDA is in position to offer you legal services through their legal aid clinics. Is that so? Abhishek, you're in agreement with me? So what we do is, one, try to provide where there are contacts or hotlines, we do provide them. Then in addition to that, where the helpline, let me call them emails that you can, forward your question or your query to, we also do put them. And then some of these organizations are also, they have also as well developed websites, okay, where you can also be able to directly contact them. So we go ahead to also give you these links. When you just scroll down to, for example, Uganda Law Society, we will even continue to tell you where there are various, clinics across Uganda are. Masindi, Kavale, everywhere where we think you can be able to seek, for example, legal advice, okay? And then we also stretch over to the other tab, which has psychosocial services, to ensure that, man, it's not just all about someone seeking legal redress. At the end of the day, there is that mental or psychosocial harm that this perpetrator has subjected this victim or survivor of online gender-based violence to. So it is only prudent that we also, show them where they can be able to access these psychosocial, support services from. And at the moment, given the fact that we know how, complex Uganda's economy is, we tried as much as possible to ensure that most of the that the service providers that we continue to enlist are actually entities that provide free but excellent services. Okay? So that is what we try to do. So we have quite a number of articles that, for example, there is this one that I'm seeing, 5 reasons why OGBV victims should, victims or survivors should seek psychosocial support. When you try to read that article, trust me, you will not find us citing all sorts of complicated pieces of information. All those terms, no. Why? Because we want something that is so simplified. Are there those of you who have so far logged onto this web portal? Raymond, I see you nodding. Sorry, I keep picking you out. It's because I've known Raymond for quite a while from my entire university. So that is why I'm so fond of him. So Raymond, I just want you to just briefly try and use that chat bot, and we see. Okay. So, though unfortunately it might not be able to reflect, but one Raymond has just sent me, sorry, it's just for purposes of illustration, a message that, do you work at night? I do not know what Raymond means by that, but then this is actually a query that I have been able to receive right on my phone, okay? So this is synced with our phones because, pardon? He has a question? Oh, yes. Just a second. So this is, you know, a portal that has been synced with our phones. And why has it been synced with our phones? It's because we are in a moving world, okay? Very fast-paced. In that I, as David, I do not need to be seated on my desk at office to be able to assist you. No. It means that even when David is on a bus to Kabale, okay, and you hit that chat button and you want to make an inquiry, okay, I'll immediately receive a pop-up message here on my mobile phone, and I'll make response to you and direct you to perhaps whatever information that you may need. Raymond had a question. You could maybe just help me with this mic.
Well, David, I didn't ask whether you work at night, but that must have been someone's anonymous question.
Okay.
Mine was, what was OGBV? I don't know if you've been able to receive one.
Yes, it's also in the chat.
I've also asked where can I get psychosocial support if I've been a victim of TFGBV.
Okay. Yes. So the moment you just send these text messages to us, we are actually able to receive them. And then even in the event, oh, sorry about that. A message from me?
Yes, I see. Hi, Raymond.
Hi, Raymond. This is just for purposes of illustration. But what essentially I'm trying to say is that it keeps a history here, okay? In that even when you get offline, if you have availed your information on how I can contact you, I can be able to contact you. And the beauty even about this chatbot is that I'm not necessarily the one that you have to chat with. So there will be so many other, staff of WOUGNET that will be in a position to assist in that, for example, depending on the kind of challenge that you have, okay? So you might want a technical support issue, something that is ICT related. Maybe your phone has been hacked, you think it has been attacked by malware, and you want to maybe have it disinfected, right? Now, me, David, a lawyer, surely I might not be in a position to help, okay? But then once you send your query, there is an option of me, actually forwarding your very, inquiry to someone in WOUGNET that I think is in a position to make response to you. Is that well understood? Okay. Raymond, are we together? Okay. I think she had a question.
Okay, I'm inquiring.
Yes.
Does it show the name of the person who has sent that query? Because the one who sent asking if you work at night was someone else near me here.
Thank you so much.
So
now,
another thing, you are showing, you're illustrating that you are showing some places from Masindi where you can access, but me, I've tried, where do I go? I'm trying on my phone, I can't exactly go to that slide you're showing.
okay, you see the part of resources? Okay. The resources bit. Resources?
Yes.
So what are you able to view?
When I click on resources, I see legal, counseling.
So go to legal.
Okay.
It has loaded?
Yes.
So when you scroll down there, I think you'll be able to see that information that you are seeking for example, of people in Masindi, etc. And then to perhaps make oh, what's happening to the light? Okay, I I think there is something, a technical challenge with the light, but I see it being fixed. Yes, kindly remind me of your first question. Oh, about the names, right? So you remember when I just tried to illustrate it a bit to start the chat. Okay, maybe you could just close that very one. So this one is still active. It's still an active chat. So just try using that chat on your phone, okay? Remember that first time when you tried to use it, it actually did ask for certain details of yours. That was the name, the email address, the contact, right? Okay? But then we told you it is optional. Okay? Yes. Why do we make it optional? Someone might want to make an inquiry, but does not necessarily want you to know who they are. It happens quite a lot. Yes. There are people who just need information, but they prefer to remain anonymous. It's just like whistleblowers. Okay? Someone might want to whistleblow. They can even come to report. Okay? That so-and-so has encountered this and this on OGBV, and they do not want to know who they are. Okay? So that is why we leave that optional, so that we respect your right to privacy in the event that you do not want to disclose this information. Okay? However, we advise, okay, that in the event that you wish, okay, to have us like follow up with your issue, okay, that is when you can leave your information. And then even beyond that chat, we can always contact you.
So what you're trying to say,
Yes.
like like standing, let's stand up. Let's stand up together. Let's standing up to GBV together. Then here, this option of your name, I cannot put, if I don't want, I don't put my name there. That's what you mean, email address, I don't put it there.
Yes, you just start the chat.
I just start the chat, I can skip all this.
Yes.
Okay.
And that is why you saw me trying to guess that, oh, is this Raymond? That is how anonymous it is when you prefer it to be anonymous.
So did you put your name?
Yes.
Thank
Please
you.
proceed.
My name is George.
Yes.
Apologies, I came late. Actually, I'm the one who sent the question.
Oh.
And incidentally, I had put in my details, but they were not seen there.
Okay.
Then the other thing that I saw, I only put my name, but it picked other details by itself. The email address and then the telephone contact. What happened?
Maybe that might be with how you always store and remember things on your computer. You know those things of the browser remembering your details. You do not want to always, it's called a password manager. Esther, is it a password manager? Something like that. Where you don't want to always type in your password. Okay? So you ask your computer to always, Google Chrome, to always remember you. Okay? Which is also a whole, it can lead to a lot of data leakages. So the moment you log into some of these portals, because for it will assume that you have always wanted it to remember you, to always assist you by delivering your email address, then it will go ahead and actually collect it and give it to people. So sometimes there are those who say, and we say, it is not really a wise option to always have your passwords remembered and email address. It will sell you out. I think she also had a question. I hope that answers your question, George. Okay. We could hand over the mic to her. Thank you. Let me help you.
Okay, about the chat, I was trying to send some texts. So I'm asking,
Pardon? Yes. Mhm. Now, the moment you share it, okay, and I join the chat, okay, as the, let me say for lack of a better word, the agent that is going to respond to you, okay, for any other person to join the chat from WOUGNET, okay, I must have asked them to join the chat. You understand? So it's you and I. If I'm the one that is at that particular point trying to address you. And then maybe just to also clarify, I think you've seen so many of these chatbots that are auto-responsive, okay? A cool thing, right? Like you just type in, hi, it has already responded, hi, how are you? Okay? How can I help you? It's already asking you, how can I help you? Then you tell it what you want. Maybe you want information on forms of OGBV. It has already provided for you the link. Cool, right? But for some reason, WOUGNET seems not to have employed that feature. Why? We actually have very strong reasons as to why we chose not to do that. So such chatbots are actually AI generated, okay? Artificial intelligence, okay? That the computer will act like a human and give you responses that are human-like, okay? So it will appear like there is a whole human being that is responding to you, but in actual sense it is just a computer. Now, why we as Women of Uganda Network did not employ that is, one, because we are dealing with very complicated humanitarian issues, okay? And remember, behind AI chatbots, okay, there is always an invisible figure, an invisible company that is collecting that information, okay, so that through, it's called what? Machine what? Machine learning, so that it can learn you, like it learns you literally, okay, what you want, how you behave, okay. So this is information that you are giving some other people so that they can give you what? Whatever information you want. But you cannot be certain as to what other thing they might use the information they have been collecting about you for. Before you know it, you're hearing, I think you must have heard of some of these things, that this and this company has sold people's data to another company. You must have heard of such thing. So it is through such collections that they're able to do that. And then in addition to that, an AI chatbot is created in such a way that for it's programmed. Hi, how are you? I'm fine. How can we be of help? Okay? I have my, perhaps, nude pictures have been shared without my consent, okay? For it will continue and ask, by who? You get? But it doesn't picture that perhaps at the end of this, chat, the person perhaps who is bringing this complaint, I'm going to come to you, that the person who is bringing in this complaint might perhaps be crying, that they might be depressed. But for it is determined to get the information from you so that it gives what? A response. It will not tell you, first calm down, first what? No, it will not, it will not. You get? Because much as it is trying to get that human understanding, okay, it will not hit 100% of human likeness, okay? So that is why we, as Women of Uganda Network, we said, it's okay. We shall attend to you, as opposed to subjecting you to data leakage risks. Yes, your question. Oh, I think, okay. How then you?
Okay, since we are here in a digital I need some help.
Yes.
Sometimes we receive these messages on WhatsApp. Like you receive a number from our Asia, you don't even know anyone. No, we are working online. If you just do this part-time, you get this amount of money. So it's like sometimes you want to respond. And tell the person, I don't know you. You know, this is that part of AI, but it keeps sending, the conversation does not correspond. It's like a message comes, you want to work online, are you interested? And you say, I'm not interested. It brings another information which is not corresponding with what you have responded. So in such a scenario, is this what we call technological gender-based violence or what? And in such a scenario, what do I do? Because I keep receiving those messages on WhatsApp. But what you respond, not what the other person responds. That part of AI.
Okay, I don't know if you've understood her question, but if I did understand your question, is that sometimes the questions that you're asking do not reflect, the answers that you're given do not reflect the kind of information you are seeking for, right? Ah, okay. By show of hands, who uses Opera News here? Let's tell the truth. Who uses Opera News? Yes, Phonics. There is another one called Phonics. It's called Phoenix. That one. Who uses it? Let's tell the truth, guys. The hands are there. I think you can see them. Now, that is one, sorry for whoever the developers are, but that is one application that I've found such challenges common, with. And it's also quite good when it comes to peddling disinformation. That application, and I do not know any person, rather any group of people that have fallen prey of that phonics, like our parents. You're there, then they send to you an article about some disease outbreak, a disease, or this virus has been discovered in China. On it, check, the virus looks nothing like it actually doesn't exist. They know about it. World Health Organization does not know about it, but somehow, for them, they know about it. Now, those very sites, sometimes they even share fake job opportunities. Okay? There is a more complicated word for it. It's called phishing sites. Those so those phishing sites, they will send you a link that looks like it's URA. It even looks like a genuine link, like it's URA, but then it's actually not URA. Okay? When you look closely at the link, the address, you discover it's actually not URA that is sending you that link. So what they do is even ask for your information as you apply for that job. Okay? Your email address, your phone number. They'll ask for a password into the URA in quotes portal. Okay? You will upload your CV, your academic credentials, everything. Okay? But this is now someone else who has forged a fake site that now has what? Your information. Okay? And then before you know it, on your phone you're receiving other links that you do not know. You can earn this amount of money within this period. Then before you know it, yes, you do not know how people got access your number, but somehow someone is calling you, telling you, I have sent some mobile money to your number. You get? And you keep wondering, like, but how do these people get my number? Yet it is because for you, URA as advertised, click. You always check most of those entities. The moment they advertise for jobs, just check their verified social media pages. They will post there the links to those job applications. Or go to them and check their official websites. You'll be able to access the actual information. So sometimes it's because we sleep on job that we actually find ourselves receiving such pieces of information. Long explanation, but I felt it was important. Verify. just verify that it is correct. I think she have first, then we could. Her hand has been up for a while. Okay, just proceed.
Okay, thank you. As one of who was here for the consultation meeting, there's a few, I have some issues. One, I was curious about accessibility functions when it comes to the website for persons with disabilities. This is something we discussed, and my query is, are there any accessibility functions for persons with disabilities? Because in as much as we are trying to make a safer online space, we can't leave these persons behind. Yeah, not only are they female, they're also, further, having more issues that lead them to even be more, discriminated against online and so on and so forth. So are there any accessibility functions for persons with disabilities? The second for me is, are there any other language options? If I cannot speak or cannot read English, do I have any other language options if I prefer Luganda or Swahili or Runyankore? Is that possible? Then my third was on the chatbot. Yeah, I like that you have made it more human-centered. My only query is, when the numbers become many, will you be able to handle that kind of traffic? Yeah. So otherwise, I really, really appreciate the site. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. Maybe just to also bring it to your attention, our consultant Wahid also does have another meeting that is coming up shortly, so he will really have to leave. So in case anyone has a question that is specifically directed to him, please do feel free. And now, like the one that you asked, whether this portal does have any accessibility, let me call them functions for persons with disabilities, I think you'll be in a position to answer that. But just the first one that I have also been able to see for myself is that this web portal is good for people with low vision. That if you see the kinds of colors that we choose to use, as opposed to me perhaps using totally dark fonts, font styles, like black, which some people with low vision might not be in a Yes, so we did make sure that the kinds of characters that we use are those that are also quite readable for people that might have, low vision. Maybe Wahid would like to add more to that.
Yeah, so for that question about disability, I think we'll be able to add a feature whereby if someone has visual impairment and all that, there is where they can click and the screen, the colors can change to whatever they need, and other more features for that. Yeah, we'll work on that.
So there are quite a number of functions that we wish to incorporate in to make sure that they are, let me say, I don't want to say disability friendly, but inclusive, okay? For example, making sure that maybe there are also audio translators, okay? So that you can just listen to the article in the event that you're not in a position to read. So this still remains a work in progress, and we'll keep, like I said, it's a living portal, so we'll keep trying to improve it every other day. And I don't know. Someone else had a question that is directed to him specifically? You had asked a question? You wanted to ask? Okay.
My question is close to what my colleague asked, but my concern is on language barrier. because it only caters for one language, which is English. And from here, the people we are trained are on the grassroots from our areas where we are based. Now, how shall we build their capacities in the local language? Like we've trained them how to report and so on. But the moment they find one language like this English, they will get lost.
Uganda, 0. Okay. So it's actually, language is really a complex issue. It is something that we have to sit down and see perhaps how we can always have some of that information either translated or having the option of you just automatically commanding the website to reflect another language. And we also try to see, depending on the users and know how many languages that we can try to cover as much as possible. Yes? Sorry about the microphones, you will find the mic. Thank you. So that's a very important question. But one, you make mention of law firms. Now those are private law firms, really. Those are lawyers that are there to make money, right? And that is where I was earlier on talking about the mere fact that the kinds of organizations or entities that we are directing these people to, firstly, these entities that we did have on board during the consultative meeting, where we're asking them if we can actually enlist them as some of the service providers for these services. And then in addition to that, it also speaks again to their core mandate as those very organizations. Like I said, we only providing information to organizations that are like-minded, okay? Whereby it is an organization that is actually willing to offer these services to online gender-based violence, victims. So we are quite actually picky. And in addition to that, I think when I had just commenced, I talked about how it is our interest to make sure that these are free and accessible services. So when it comes to the bit of the money, we understand that the pockets are really biting for the everyday Ugandan. So we would not want to put them in a position where, in addition to the OGBV they have encountered, to also incur another cost. I hope that answers your question. I perhaps at this point wish to ask if you have a question specifically for him before I can let him go. You have questions for him? For me? At the moment I want those for him. Okay? Maybe we'll just take two and then he can.
Yeah, thank you so much for the good work. Yeah, my question is that do we have this, do we have it compatible with the phone like as an app, or it's just through the website, through the link? Because if it's with an app, it's better and easier for very many people to download the app and then can quickly report in case of there is quick need or whatever. So that is my question, whether there is an app or a plan to develop an app so that is easily downloadable on the Play Store of the phone, or if it's through the link. But an app would be a better option. Thank you.
Yes, I think that question is again to, I think, us as, yeah, I will let him say something. But what I know is, like at the moment, what we did envision was, for starters, the web portal. But then we also take cognizance of the fact that perhaps an app would even be much, much, much better. But everything needs baby steps, right? So before you can have an app, again, you need to have something a bit more compound, like a web portal, right? So it still remains part of our plan. And we believe with a bit more resources, okay, we can be able to actually hit that target as well. And I think it was also your other question, right? Then maybe about the other bit of the web portal being, you know, I think compatible with phones. Firstly, the portal itself is compatible with the phones, but then we also acknowledge that even an app would be much better.
Yeah, for the app, for now I think the website works. So mostly when you're developing an app, it should be like someone is going to access that app like multiple times, like for different use cases. But now let's say someone is reporting maybe a gender-based violence online. So most times it happens to someone maybe once or twice. It's not something where you need the app all the time. So for now, the website really works for that. I don't know if that answers your question, because for an app, for you to download an app mostly on your phone, people consider storage and all that. You're not going to be using that app all the time. So sometimes maybe you need to access the portal once. So really, it's not necessary for you to download an app. But still, if there is a plan maybe in future to have an app, it's also good.
Actually do not know how to find this link through the website. But through the app, because we have tested it in many, for many reasons, for many other, like Example Network, reporting citizen journalists, we have done that for very many other purposes in terms of recruiting. So I believe it would be more ideal and would capture, would actually involve many more of the population, of the people down there in the village, because many of us use phones. The village people, many people use phones than laptops, and I can tell you it's not very easy to open this other using the website for many people. Thank you.
That is, yes, Esther?
So I think just to give us context, when Wahid was sharing on how to reach the portal, one is, while we were drawing up the plan, is for it to be attached to the WOUGNET'S website, okay? So very initially, I think, when this occurrence of online gender-based violence happens, one is because WOUGNET is there, you're able to identify that WOUGNET is an organization that can offer support. So the first things first is you'll go and visit their website. So what the plan was is to sort of have like a subdomain, or what would say that the online gender-based violence portal is linked to the website. So maybe that part was skipped, but it's going to be worked on. It's not hard, but it's going to be worked on, that you'll first go to WOUGNET'S website, and then on WOUGNET'S website, there'll be like a button where you can access the online gender-based violence knowledge portal. And vice versa, when you are on the knowledge portal, you can still go back to the WOUGNET'S website. So that's what we envision, but of course, like Wahid and David have said, if the need arises, I think the app would really be helpful for institutions, because then that's where many people run to for help. We will definitely try to think in that direction in our next steps on having an application.
Yes, there is another question that had been raised earlier on about in the event that the traffic increases, right? So for starters, at this particular moment, you will have, let me call them humans, right? Us, agents, like making response to these, OGBV inquiries, okay? One could say perhaps AI would have made it much easier for us to make responses to people in the event that we have a huge load of inquiries, right? And we really totally understand that. But we also can't disregard the fact that in as much as we wish to offer you support, we also take cognizance of the do no more harm principle to make sure that as we are providing these services to you, we do not harm you even further by subjecting you to, for example, AI, which we might not, apparently have as much control on. Uganda currently, I think, we do not have an AI policy already as Uganda. We don't have an AI policy. Actually, there are just quite a few states in Africa that do have AI policies. So we would rather, at the moment, try to attend to these people, much as it might be a bit slow, but we'll do our best, as opposed to doing more harm by subjecting you to AI-controlled chatbots that we might not be in a position and capacity to control. Your data might not be in our control. It might now go way beyond us. I hope that is clear. So I think he has the final question for the consultant, and then we can let him go. You pardon me, but yeah, that's who they are.
Thank you, David.
Yes.
First things first, I believe let's talk about something I wanted to ask about, of linking this web portal to the organization website. However, for those who have gadgets, we can look at bookmarking on our gadgets, on our phones, so that it is easier to access. One realization I've seen as of this portal is, you see, community policing is not one thing that is really close to the people, even if it is in their communities. But when you look at this portal, I can access any police station in any district. Like there is a drop down of all these offices, which I believe is easier for one to follow up or call in case they're in an emergency, which makes it better for the users. Then the other thing which really stood out for me was feeder. Like when you tap on this link, the feeder link, it will take you directly to how you can find that support here and there. And I believe once these are really brought closer to the people, they will understand more of how to get the support, and it will make the work even of the TOTs very easy. So it was a very good thought of the team at WOUGNET to compile all this and bring it together. Yeah, thank you. That's all I had.
Yes, thank you so much for that compliment. We do receive it. We take those flowers. Yes.
Thank you. Mine is not a question, it's more of a request. Is it possible, because you're going to receive so many people reporting cases, maybe, I don't know, maybe on a quarterly basis or an annual basis, to share how many cases have actually been reported on this portal? Because I'm going to relate this to the work that we do, because we're trying to advocate for policy change, but we do not have data to back up this assertion. Like whatever we're just saying is what we are seeing on social media, but we don't have the numbers. And you know, to move people, you need to have these numbers somewhere. So it would be nice for us to be like, okay, from the WOUGNET portal, in a month that recorded 500 cases, so you know this is a growing issue and we're going to do something about it. That would really make all our lives easier. And again, also, I know you've shared police stations, feeder and all that. I would just encourage to have more capacity building, like if we can partner maybe with feeder, the Judicial Service Commission, police, to enhance their capacity, because one challenge we have seen as feeder is when people go to report these cases of TFGBV or online gender-based violence, they are sent away, like police don't have the capacity to handle these cases. So it won't make sense to send them to these stations and nothing is done. You end up going to depress them the more, or maybe just offer like social support, because at the most it's what we can do. So if we can also look at more of strengthening the capacity of police to give them this knowledge on OGBV, so that it is easier for even the victims to seek justice. But my main request was on the data being shared with us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I will begin with that final point that you did make about raising the capacity. Actually, police is also, the cyber crimes unit of police is supposed to be, they'll be coming a bit later on. So actually it's something we have been doing. It is something that we continue to do. We have often, not even just under this project, but so many other projects. We have had the Our Voices, Our Future project. We have had the Countering Backlash project, which I believe is quite appealing to even you as a feeder, because it comes in to counter that backlash that feminist actors actually do face online. So we have really been raising, awareness about and capacity about some of these technicalities to do with OGBV among its partners, and we continue to do. We shall continue to do. So it's really, let me say, it's already a work in progress. And then your other question was about, yes, about sharing. Now that is something that you're actually speaking to me. It really speaks to me, because at Women of Uganda Network, I do take lead on the information sharing and networking program. So, of course, as these inquiries are being made, we are also able to access certain pieces of information where the users have been able to disclose, okay, that information for us to be able to, for example, have gender disaggregated data, and then also the total number of like users who have been able to make inquiries. So all that is like information that we shall be having, and I think it also wouldn't hurt to share this with our other close partners, to make sure that as they are programming from an informed point of view. Yep. Perhaps we could have like one more question, and then I hope I'm not dictating. I think I've tried to make response to most of the concerns. Where could the other mic be? Yes, Irene, maybe you could move the mic around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Mutesi Sandra. I work with the Shiloh's Foundation. I have two main inquiries. Number one, I would like to know if the portal has measures that have been put in place to prevent false reports or misuse of the platform? And secondly, I want to know if the portal has a way it can facilitate digital evidence collection in a way that it can still be admissible in court. Otherwise, I want to thank the whole team that has come up with a beautiful portal, because these are the improvements that we need in a time of digital development such as this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Max. Those are very, very, very important questions. So, for starters, I'll begin with the very last. That in the event that someone has reported and now they wish to have evidence being produced, perhaps before court, is it possible? Maybe someone wants to show court that actually it did happen. I actually did report to Women of Uganda Network this supposed issue, right? I don't know how many of you are well conversant with data privacy. Who owns the data? Or who should be in command of data? The data subject, the person this data is being collected from, right? So, in the event, you remember, we as WOUGNET are supposed to use your data, okay, in accordance to how you, the data subject, consents that we use it for, okay? So in the event that you actually, and I'm now speaking from an informed point of view, at least legally, in the event that you wish to have, perhaps you reported and you want it to be, call it like corroborative evidence to show that actually it is something that happened. I even reported to this and this organization. They are well aware of it. Yes, you can be able to access that data, but only for you, yours, like only yours, and for purposes of that specific court proceeding. And there are even things that they call witness summons. So you must be able to produce witness summons that show that we have to perhaps testify in court to show that, okay, this is actually an issue that did happen, but it all happens with your consent. At least from the few things that I remember about case management, yes, you are in total control of your data. And the other question was about? Sorry. Oh, false reports. Yes, if the platform can have a measure to prevent false reports. Rules of case management 101. The victim is always right. Okay? The victim is always right. That right from the instant when you actually begin to encounter or to, engage this victim, you should not do it in the sense of you're testing the credibility of their story. No, you are supposed to give them the benefit of doubt. Listen to their story, and it will always check out. And in addition to that, as Women of Uganda Network, okay, our main job is just to show you where you can go to, okay? For example, if it is a legal challenge, you perhaps even wish to maybe pursue this matter in court, etc. As Women of Uganda Network, it is not really our mandate to start assessing whether this is a false report or not. What we shall do is refer you to the very capable, for example, FIDA or Uganda Law Society, who in their legal expertise and whose mandate spells out the fact that they are to give legal support services, can assess and tell whether there is evidence to accompany your claim or not. But that notwithstanding, I still stick to the humanitarian standard that sometimes even absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. What that simply means is simply because someone does not have evidence that something happened does not mean that it actually did not happen. Sometimes evidence is actually quite hard to collect, and she'll bear me witness, especially when it comes to like online violence, where there's a lot of anonymity. Before you know it, the account which you are reporting has been deleted. Now you have to write to X or Twitter to ask for those details. Then they want a court order. From which court? Not the Ugandan court, but from the country where they hail from, which is quite complicated. So we give them the benefit of doubt. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I really love giving credit where it's due, and in this case, I really applaud Esther, David, and the whole team
Guys,
that
please.
worked on this. No, we can't forget that soon. Let's just do the Asante Sana way, right? Asante Sana. Nyongeza tena. Yeah, so my concern is, I'm here on the report abuse, and I have a serious concern because literally we are going out there to train people. We are the trainers of trainees. And I'm wondering in my head, if someone came to me and asked me to report an abuse, an online gender-based violence on her behalf, not because she doesn't have a phone, but she thinks, you know, I can do this better. Like, how is it, should I put my name or her name and her details? Because she has said, no, 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 report this on my behalf. I know you will I just feel like you should report it for me. Yeah? Is it possible, or this is strictly for one person on her phone or her gadget? You cannot report an abuse for someone else. That is just my concern. Thank you.
Okay. As Esther comes in, I will try to address that from a legal point of view. Raymond, as a concerned citizen, okay, David has been battered maybe by Uganda police. Can you bring a claim on my behalf even when I have not consented? Just a second. Don't worry, I'll bridge it. Worry not. Can I bring a claim can you bring a claim on behalf of David, okay? And perhaps sue the Attorney General, Uganda police, and the specific officer who violated my rights by battering me.
So there is two ways to look at that.
Yes.
The first, someone actually can, because recently I think we have seen Tony Tumukunde and Yamazima Joshua sue the president of the Law Society for offending the dignity of a woman under the Penal Code Act, the woman of the person of the DPP. We don't know if she consented or not, but it's actually possible for you to prefer those charges under private prosecution. Then if it's civil, you can also do. Article 17 of the Constitution also makes it the duty of a citizen to uphold the rule of law. So if I see something going wrong, I can take it on. But in order not to be a busybody, it would be interesting for you to actually get the victim's impact statement, reach out to the victim so that some of these things are meaningful. Like, don't become like Malema Birizi and just go hoping after everything. Let it be relevant. That is the two ways I can look at it from.
Thank you so much. And why I asked Raymond to try and explain to to you that is because at the end of the day, you are your neighbor's keeper, right? And it's okay. People always, by the way, report cases about other people. Oh, my neighbor is just physically alone. My neighbor is beating up, his wife every other day. They fight, you get. But then it's not your neighbor directly reporting, right? So even similarly in this context that we are discussing, in as much as you might report, okay, on behalf of another, that perhaps they have encountered online harm, etc., we also can't ignore the fact that at the end of the day, they are the ones that are meant to receive the services, okay? That therefore, even when you report, one way or the other, we must seek for the consent of the victim or the survivor before we can carry out any actions, because at the end of the day, it remains their case, okay? And that is what my colleagues from now, like FIDA, will always tell you, one of the things that complicate their case management the most, especially when it comes like to sexual violence, let's say like rape or defilement. For you, yes, the person has perhaps even at a certain point even forgiven the perpetrator. But then for you, you see it is rape, like, man, we can't let this go unanswered. But then your main witness number one, prosecution witness number one, the victim, is saying, me, I've forgiven him, we are back together. Okay? And then your case just dies a natural death. Okay? So at the end of the day, despite the fact that you are your neighbor's keeper, the victim and survivor's consent to also pursue further remedies remains of paramount importance.
Yeah, sorry, I would come back to you, but I found that this was very important for all of us to sort of have a feel, what is it like to report. And still, also altering around issues of consent, we have very clearly stated, please note that all information submitted is confidential and used only in assisting the relevant victims of violence. I think that reports as a form of you knowing what exactly is going to happen when you share your data with us. But also importantly, the portal has at the footer, the portal has, yes, the privacy policy that very evidently, I think for every individual that accesses the website, you need to be able to actually look out for those things and know what is the website that you are on going to use your data for. And I think that is the culture that every one of us has to have. But then now going to the point and answering your question, one, we found it wise that when you are, for example, reporting abuse, you've clicked the button, you will have it display this box asking you for your name, asking you for your email address, asking you for your phone number, asking you for your gender, asking you for your location. And as also, that would be answering a bit of her question. How do you do the follow-ups, and all those other things. So when we're doing follow-ups, at least you know that we can reach you out via your mobile phone or your email address. And that is one way to actually verify that someone has reported a case and they need a follow-up, okay? So none the like someone else can come to this reporting abuse and then they don't give us any contact details. That puts in question, how should we help you? You get it? So that is how we're also able to verify some of these cases and see that we are able to reach the end goal. But of course, moving forward, after you have been able to put in that information, you click next. Now that is where you are able now to actually come in. Are you reporting as a victim or are you reporting on behalf of the victim? And I kind of think this directly answers your question. So the first page is for the owner of the device, okay? And of course, you can be the owner of the device and the victim at the same time. You get it? So the first scenario is if you are just the owner of the device, but you're not the victim, then at this stage, you should be able to enter the victim's name, victim's age, victim's gender. Are you a parent or guardian? Or you can state your relationship. And then you can also state the location of the person. And then also, do you know the perpetrator? Because the scenario is when these people come to you, they will definitely narrate to you what exactly is happening and all those other things. So I think that then should be able to allow you enter the victim's details. And then when we go to, okay, so very importantly, you need to be able to fill in the fields. You can't go to the next because we found making this mandatory so that you can be able to follow up these cases. We don't want scenarios where someone just reaches out and they don't give you their number, they don't give you their email, but they've written to you something very scary and you're like, okay, where do I start from? So in data collection, I think the middle ground is getting relevant information, but ensuring that these people are able to give it to us. Maybe the things that could be optional is probably marital status. So we actually sat down with the team to find out what data is important, what data does WOUGNET need in order to ensure that we are able to follow up on victims. So things like marital status, how many children do you have, that is information that is irrelevant. And I think in the Data Protection and Privacy Act, it kind of states what information is relevant. And so I'll just take time to randomly fill this in. Male, okay, female, a parent or friend. Maybe my location was Nakawa, so maybe their location is maybe Mukono, I would assume. And then they're asking, do you know the perpetrator? So usually, sometimes you prefer not to say. So even in data collection, we give people sort of room to kind of give you the information they desire to. So sometimes someone, maybe the person just reached out and is like, help me, but I'm not willing to, you know. They'll just give you surface information. So you can probably say prefer not to say and then go to next. So also this part is sort of a narrative, and still that answers to our question, how do we verify? We've given room that people are able to sort of give a narrative of exactly what is happening. For example, you can talk about maybe I've been stolen money. I think that also gives us the need or urgency to know that, okay, this needs quick attention. Of course, everything needs quick attention, but I think the narrative really helps to, you know, follow up and understand, okay, if it is this person has given us a narrative, we are quickly able to identify that probably this is online stalking or this is doxing. You get that kind of thing because for the most part, you might not be aware of the different forms of online gender-based violence, but in your narration, an expert or, you know, WOUGNET'S team can identify that and be able to know that, okay, with this kind of narration, I think FIDA would be best to handle this case, you know, or maybe Mental Health Uganda can be able to handle this case, depending. So I think after the narration, then someone is able to submit this case file, and that is received on WOUGNET'S email. Yes, so very importantly, I think that was something very important for us to share, and I think that answers some of the questions.
Okay, I think, oh wow. Okay, the very, very, very last. The very, very, very last, so that we can move on to something. though I like the engagement that we are having.
Thank you. First and foremost, I'd wish to appreciate the creativity, the innovativeness, and the productivity that we are displaying currently, more especially WOUGNET. Going back to reporting abuse, I'm still somehow having a query on how best can we strengthen the real-time the real-time monitoring. For example, where we may find that maybe offenders have multiple accounts, or maybe they have different, they're using different names, and they are reporting. Is there a way how we can track that? That was my question. So that if we are reporting, we should be able to report the exact figures or the exact cases that have been involved or that have been submitted, not reporting false figures, in line with monitoring. Thank you.
In terms of the data we collect, like I said, all this data goes to our email addresses. And also, while I talked about a subdomain, we didn't want to mix this data with data that is on the WOUGNET'S website. Now, two things is that if we had this database onto our WOUGNET website, you would find the whole entire thing very slow. So that is why we created a different subdomain to ensure that we are only having information around online gender-based violence, and with this portal it has a completely different database. So that helps us in the monitoring and evaluation. Then very importantly, I think something that we also try to do, and not to move steps back, but then, you know, we are not able to count what we are doing, is have a matrix still on the portal. And this speaks to directly how many people have reached out, okay? Communities where we have worked, and then community partners. And I think because we've been doing a lot of test runs, that's the number of test runs we have actually done. And this is information that can be publicly shared with different communities, so that even when FIDA is handling something about online gender-based violence, they're also able to know that, oh, WOUGNET has quite pushed the number over the years. And I think that helps us in ensuring or understanding, are we moving forward or we are not? I hope that answers a bit.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Esther. I think let's give a round of applause. I think we
have
are
a
now
lot
out of time.
Things, but I think you
Our
could share
apologies,
your
but we
feedback via email. Okay, perfect.
On the helpline, like if I ask the question, do I get feedback? Or if I reported a case, can I also get the feedback, maybe saying we have received your case, something like in my email or my phone, so that I know that something has been delivered? It's just about that.
Oh, interesting. I think, yeah.
Yes, and that is why we were talking about the bit of collecting some of your information, because that information is actually going to help us to know how best to contact you, so that we can be able to give you feedback, even at a point where perhaps you might no longer be online on that chat board, so that we are able to follow up and email you, or we can even call you in case you've availed your phone number, depending on what means you prefer we use to contact you. Thank you so much.
I think, yeah, I understand his question. He's asking, when you report an abuse, do you get a notification instantly, not the chatbot? So I think that is feedback that we can really take on and share with the consultant to see that, okay, when you submit a report, then you either get a notification via email that your case has been taken on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for those wise and very inquisitive submissions that you have made. I believe we take the flowers where you've been able to give WOUGNET some flowers, and even where there is feedback on what perhaps we can improve here and there, we regardless continue to thank you for that, and we believe we shall make this work. At this particular...
David, I'm sorry to cut you short. But yes, you receive a notification of all the information you have shared. So that's a good thing.
Okay.
Yes, on your email.
Okay. May I proceed? Yes. Thank you so much. Please let's give a round of applause to the team that did contribute to the development of this web portal. And at this particular point in time, please do allow me to recognize the presence of, remember the people that I told you of, the ones that do share a vision with us, those that read our concept and said, okay, we can work with this. We are okay with partnering with you. The people that have made this event, that people that have made this project come to become a reality. And like I had earlier on said, that is Belgium in development, and then Enabel, which has been ably represented by Florence. Please, Florence, do stand up or wave to the people for recognition. And at this particular point in time, please, Florence, just in case you wish to say a word or two to the people, please, you may proceed. Yes, you can.
Thank you, David. Is it afternoon? Good afternoon. Hi, David. Did you serve food in this room? You can report. This is the point where you tell me WOUGNET called you and they didn't give you food. Did we have tea today morning? Yes, yes. We are dying to... I'm standing in between you and lunch, I guess. Good afternoon. Yes, that's a more lively room. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. Mine is just to congratulate WOUGNET. We have worked together on this for so long. We have kept giving comments. So congratulations. This is one step towards realizing what we want, gender-based violence-free society. So to everyone here, I hope that you, we thank you for the comments. I think these are people, again, in the room who are really invested in this. I've just walked in and had his comments. So thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you in future. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Florence. Please do deliver our most sincere appreciation to the Enabel team and the Belgian government as well for the timely support that they have been able to give us. Maybe just to throw you a bit of a recap, the people actually did appreciate the work that has been done as far as the web portal is concerned. However, they also came up with a few more pressing needs that I believe we can take note of. For starters, just one. I think it was the gentleman that is right next to you. He said that actually an application, okay? I didn't say that. That's on you. But he did make mention of the fact that, again, because of the compatibility with phones and the mere fact that he would want to always refer to the application whenever he deems fit, whenever he wants, that it would also be wise for us to also at a certain point in future get a mobile phone application that is synced with the same. Thank you so much. At this particular point in time, allow me to venture into another very important launch. Like I said, WOUGNET and Annabelle are gifts that give us that continue giving. Okay? So there is also something else that we wish to launch, something that we have developed for some time now, and we do think it is going to be quite important that we take you through this. At this particular point in time, allow me to invite my colleague who has just been ambushed by Florence. Okay, it's all right. It's okay, thank you. Yes, allow me to invite my colleague, Esther Nyapendi, to come and take a seat as we take you through, sorry about that, as we take you through the next steps about something again that we wish to bring to your attention. The boss is pouring herself just a glass of water, and then she will join you shortly. Yes. Don't worry. Do not get lost in there. This is just merely to introduce you to something that we also have in package for you. I think on the various tables that you must be seated, I think there must be a gift that you've just been given by Irene. Is that so? Okay. Maybe just to take you through just a bit of what that is. That is a simple comic book that we ideally felt that we should also be able to develop under this project, and that this book is going to be in a position to communicate a few things here and there about the intersection of gender and digital rights. What that essentially means, a book that tells us at what point gender meets digital rights. So at this particular point in time, allow me to just pose a simple question to just Esther, maybe to briefly tell us about herself. Earlier on, I kept on talking about Esther. Maybe now she could take this opportunity to tell us who exactly she is, to WOUGNET and to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Esther Nyapendi, and I work with Women of Uganda Network. So briefly about me, I poured a lot of water today, so I just don't know what has been happening. But very importantly, I work with women. And for me, I think I'm a young girl that joined WOUGNET in 2020 as a volunteer, and it's been a good journey. In terms of what I do now, I identify myself as half technical, half social, a social worker. So I'm very, very happy to actually be a testament of what technology is or what digital rights are, because my background is in IT, and that's what I did for my bachelor's, but I've also been able to do postgraduate in information systems, currently doing my master's. So yeah, that's quite a lot of what Esther is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Of course, the bit of she's a young girl, being young is quite subjective. You call yourself what you wish. If you think you're young, very good. But just to further inquire from you, Esther, on people's tables, I did manage to peep at what had been laid on their tables and realized there seems to be a certain book that is entitled, I think, Juliet's Journey from Silence to
Connection.
To Connection, yes. And briefly, I just want to know who is Juliet? What's Juliet all about? Who is she to us as WOUGNET? What should she, mean to the people that are here today and those that are online?
Oh yeah, interesting. So Juliet, like any other girl in the rural areas, maybe the peri-urban areas, who doesn't have access to technology, is who Juliet is. And just to bring into context the comic book, Juliet is a representation of many young women and girls in the rural areas that do not have access to technology, girls that have been suppressed, girls that have been isolated, to access and use technology. And of course, bringing to light who Juliet is, she's a young girl that lives in a rural area with her family, both parents and two siblings. And the two siblings are actually boys. And of course, that brings a testament that even in the story, you realize that she's the older child, okay? And the follower, who is the brother, actually has a device. We cannot identify for whatever reason, but I think the parents found it wise for him to have a mobile phone to play video games. And unlike Juliet, who is actually in her Form 6, does not have a device because the parents think it will distract her, or, and that has isolated Juliet from the world. And so basically her journey reflects the challenges of gender-based silencing that very many women and girls face in terms of access to technology and use. But of course, the journey also talks about empowerment. At a certain point, you realize that after Juliet's father had the opportunity to get a session from WOUGNET, they were able to identify that technology is actually a very good tool. And from then onward, she became a champion to technology, being able to empower more women and girls in her community. And that is something that was very, important. So basically, two sides of the coin: Juliet not having access to technology, and then the empowerment that comes in at the end, which is, a victory or a testament to, the comic book.
Oh, that was quite something. So Esther talks about the fact that we have Juliet, who is not merely Juliet, but rather a representation of the very many girls and women that might have been excluded since time immemorial as far as, access to digital technologies is concerned. And so you spoke of the fact that this book perhaps is going to likely, rather in the book, that Juliet, because of the knowledge that she had attained from the various interactions that perhaps the parents might have had with Women of Uganda Network, and the change that was encompassed thereafter, it really sounds like quite the touching story. And I just wanted to know, perhaps, while you were coming, while the rest of the team and you were coming up with this book, I know you must have gone through quite a lot while you were trying to develop it. I just want to know what your experience was like when you were developing this comic book.
Thank you for that. Just reflecting on, how the journey has been. Very incredible, I would say. One, this is let me say, a pilot that WOUGNET has been taking on, and the team has tirelessly. I don't think we actually enjoyed Christmas because a lot of feedback back and forth had to be made to ensure that this story and narrative that we are trying to put there, speaks to the realities and experiences that women and girls actually face. But of course, this journey has been very rewarding. This journey, has taken us a step closer, to our goal, mostly in ensuring that, first and foremost, this material that we want to share with our different communities is interesting and fun, to read. For the most part, I think while we were crafting what can we do next, we, bypassed just writing reports and saying, many other serious things, but we just wanted to identify one girl who could represent a community, and for the most part, represent Uganda and Africa at large, depending on the numbers of, access to technology and use. But of course, very importantly, thanking the WOUGNET team that had sleepless nights to ensure that every word translates impact. Every word translates a story of what any young girl or woman could be facing in the rural areas. But of course, also talking about the artists that we work with, I think very importantly, we took so many steps to ensure that he was the right person, that he understood our goal, and that he also had experience working on such issues. And that gave us room to be able to communicate a vision that we had, and then him bringing it to life. And I think very many thanks to Arthur Sozi, that really took the time. He didn't get tired at any one point. And of course, looking at this journey, we also want to look at what is the journey like after Juliet receiving the, the phone. But of course, very much so when we're talking about this journey, we looked at very many gaps like the access to technology. But at one point in the comic book, you realize that Juliet had to go through a series of trainings or, digital literacy learning so that she could upskill herself and be able to, do so much teaching in her community. And also that translates to the fact that we have TOTs in the room that are going to be able to translate this information. So it was just a big goal that we had, and being able to translate Juliet from a character and also the narrative around technology and gender was quite an interesting thing. But of course, very much so, this comic book also, proved a testament that that storytelling can actually, create social change. And just to put in light that we want to share over 6,000 copies to different communities. And we want to ensure that this information is impactful, and also to share it with young children because, that also gives them the opportunity to be able to learn something. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Esther, for those wide and very insightful deliberations. And as she speaks of the 6,000 copies that we are going to be able to distribute, please let's give a round of applause to the Enabel team because yes, why do I say so? It is because, again, sometimes when you have an idea, but this idea, there is no way you can actually facilitate it or fund it. to make sure that it becomes a reality, it only becomes a castle that you build in the air, because at the end of the day, you will not be able to implement the idea that you will have come up with. So thank you very much, the Enabel team and Belgium, our partner in development, for making sure that this is able to happen. So this is a comic book that Esther has been able to tell you that it comes in form of, an illustration, okay? There are some of us, maybe perhaps like me, who maybe might not be as interested as such in reading certain reports. So what we just did is try to visualize something in the form of a comic book, which you realize is just filled with illustrations mostly, pictures, because we believe at times they communicate better, and even way, way, way better when it comes to young people or the younger population. So once again, let's clap for the WOUGNET team as well for having put their mind together to make sure that they do come up with this comic book. Maybe just something else that perhaps would wish to also bring to your attention is that this comic book has also been translated into 2 local languages. For starters, the first one is Luganda, and then we also have other copies that have been translated in Runyoro / Rutoro. Some people prefer to refer to that as Runyakitara. Why are we doing so? It's because we are trying to contextualize this to make sure that even for the people that might not exactly be very comfortable with reading such material in English, perhaps they can be able to access the same in their local languages, and for them to also go ahead and own it as part of their own. And maybe just one final question to you, Esther. These copies, perhaps I don't know how the people are going to be able to access them in these other areas where this project is going to be implemented. How are they going to be able to receive perhaps a copy of these and are able to read it?
Yeah, thank you. But before I also drive to that, I think very importantly is the vision of this comic book. We looked at it as one that would spark conversations. Okay? So as we have sparked a conversation with just this lightning talk, I think the many TOTs that are going back to their regions will also spark conversations out of this. And I think that is, something that can move forward in ensuring that very many communities have access to this book. But also, when it comes to the many women and girls that will have access to this copy, I think that builds resilience, because then now we are looking at a young girl that is going to have access to this book and be inspired, okay? And for them to not know that, they are not alone, okay? And this is something that has happened, but different people in other regions are with them and have tried to write something out of this is something that we are looking forward to. Looking at also how we are looking at disseminating this is through the digital platforms. And I think, Yasmin, this is something that we actually talked about in terms of what materials are we going to be able to share on our portal. I think this is one of them that can be accessible to even children. So our digital platforms will have these materials, but even from our end, we have a duty to continuously do advocacy or, create awareness to this so that very many people can know that such a beautiful material is out there and can be accessed either digitally or, physically. And still to 20 TOTs that, are located in Kampala, that are located in Kabale, Fort Portal, and Hoima. It's an opportunity for this multiplier effect to, happen. We've had series of trainings with them. Initially, we went and bombarded them where they are and had a series of trainings. We've also had an opportunity for them to actually come to Kampala and do some bit of learning. And still to this launch, I feel like they are going to pick more, skills and knowledge, and it will be a point in time later in the evening that will release them with the, copies to go and disseminate.
Thank you so much for that, and also that still speaks to how we are going to be sustaining this entire initiative. What we are trying to say is that we shall sustain it through you, okay? Through you, our TOTs, through for example, the knowledge that you have been able to receive that we might have imparted into you, through the comic books that we are going to be able to, pass, onto the people through you. I believe we shall be able to create a sustainable change amongst the people that you actually do work with. Thank you so much, Esther. Thank you to the WOUGNET team that did come up with this compilation of this story of Juliet's journey from silence to connection. At this please do clap for Esther, who has been with me on this mini. All right, thank you so much. At this particular point in time, please do allow me to officially invite, firstly, our Executive Director, Ms. Sandra Cheng, to just come to the front. And then Florence, who will be representing the team from Enable. And I think perhaps one or two people from the plenary, from the participants, to just come at the front to have just a picture moment with this newly launched comic book as they officially launch it, so that we can be able to also disperse it to the people that it's intended to reach. Please, you're welcome, preferably right in front there. Okay. You could just or you could just help us with some more copies. Raymond, please do join. We take male inclusion very, very seriously. Please. Raymond, feel free to join. It's okay. Okay. I think we can begin with a group photo, then afterwards you hand it over to her. Is that okay? Maybe we could just firstly commence with the official launch between my two supervisors, my two bosses. Sandra, if you care to hand it over. Thank you. The smiles, guys. Thank you. These Juliets are very happy. Okay, thank you. So I think we could now have a group photo. You could join in, Raymond. look there. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, please. A round of applause for these people for volunteering to have a photo moments with us. Yes, at this particular point. Yes, thank you so much. So we are going to be passing a copy of this comic book around the various tables that you are seated on. Why are we passing this specific copy around? It is because we want you to autograph it. You are our celebrities, you are our superstars today, and it will only be important that as part of this launch you can just autograph it so that we can keep it as a memory of the work that you and I have been able to, accomplish. At this point in time, allow me to hand over to Esther, who is going to briefly take us through a session that is basically on gender disinformation, a certain animal that you're going to be able to understand because it is one that has come to bite. So you're going to see how it relates to OGBV and perhaps how we are going to continue our efforts to frustrate this thing called OGBV. Thank you so much. Over to you, Esther.
Okay, so I hope I'm able to take about the 15 minutes as we conclude this half of the day. But very importantly, we're going to be looking at gendered disinformation in in the age of AI, an emerging form of online gender-based violence. So amidst the conversations that we have been having, we need to also highlight that gender disinformation is one of the forms of online gender-based violence that is on the rise. And that is why we carefully crafted this for your attention. Of course, looking at why do we think AI is a double-edged sword? You can see on this other side, it's a good tool to, research, find information. The likes of ChatGPT is an example of it being a good tool. I think now we don't have to take as much time in finding out what happened, what did what. It will definitely give you all that information. But of course, when we're looking at, the other side of the story is that it's the humans that feed these AIs information. So this information is trained by the data that we give it. And on the other side, you will be seeing it's a bad tool because very many people are using it for the wrong reasons. And of course, looking at maybe an example of this. How many of you have seen such videos on AI? I find them very annoying. And that is just an example of how AI is being used currently. You go on any social media platform and you're just seeing some random weird things. a woman eating, a child eating, I don't know, a full plate of food. And that also gives us a look on actually where AI is taking us. You get it? And then that now speaks to the disinformation. Because can we imagine my grandmother in the village? If I show her that video, what would she say? That it's real. She'll be like, Banango, omukazi yakoze eki? Yarwanye. And that is real. For it looks very real for her. I think the first time I had an encounter with seeing a video where a Chinese baby was eating with chopsticks, I'm like, this looks very real, okay? But of course, I'll be sharing some of the distortions that you can really know that this is AI, okay? And that is something that we can be able to identify and ensure that false information is just not out there to be consumed. It's actually understood, it's verified, and it's consumable, you know, for the right reasons. And I think till date, this is live streamed, the video of the Kawaka, yeah? You remember that one? Yes. I think till date some people are confused whether that was a real video or an AI. So that could give us a perspective of how AI has become very real and, you know, realistic. But, you know, when we talk about AI, how many of us have heard of deep fakes? Deep fakes. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Then interestingly, I could continue. So maybe, Yasin, you could share with us. Yeah, sure.
Deepfakes basically means they create a fake version of you. Yeah, they can even attach your voice, which can be synthesized, yeah, created, and then put in a video or an audio or basically in any format. And then that is disseminated, and everybody's going to think it's you because it looks real. You have to be very discerning to know that this is actually a deepfake and not a person.
Yes, just to add on to what he has said and to sort of give it context. The word deep fake is a portmanteau, if I may read it like that. It has a French ending, but it means a word which comes from adding two words together. So there is one that is deep, and there is another that is fake. For people like you who are technical, deep connotes the bit of deep learning, the machine learning aspect. And then fake is fake in any form. It's always fake, it's not the real thing. So that's how I can break down like deep fakes simply, plus whatever she has said.
So the many things that Yasim has, you know, added together, voice, you know, videos, face, and audios and so many other things. So those are the different, you know, sometimes you can hear an audio, sometimes you can see a video, another time you can see a picture, and all those speak to what deepfake is. So the good thing that I have an AI expert. So basically just this is a rundown of, you know, how deepfakes are used, how did they come about, and he highlighted something called deep learning. So that is like a language, you know. If you've heard of machine learning, there's also that aspect of deep learning. And then these two words were conjoined. And of course, that was in 2017 when it became very prominent. So there is a platform called Reddit, where very many, people come and tell stories and so many other things. Very many people share videos. So in 2017, deepfake became very prominent because Reddit users, started sharing the things that they could do with machine learning, with AI, with computer, and so many other things. So that also gives you a perspective that when people are doing these things, they're doing it for fun. You get it. Other people are not in the know who they are hurting. They are not in the know whether, children will come across these materials. They're just people on their computers trying to discover so many things. You get it? So, very prominently in 2017, these Reddit users were just sharing their videos. Oh, I did this. Oh, I put this, musician's face on this person and this is how it looked like. So those were the experiences they were sharing. But then people got to actually learn how to do them. But of course, when we talk about deepfakes, it also does not say that it started in 2017. It has earlier roots. For example, if you know the Adobe Photoshop that people used to use to, do all these things, it gives you an impression that technology has been growing over the years. So, and when it comes to Photoshop being used, and now we are looking at deepfakes that is being created using AI. That gives you, the perspective that technology keeps growing, and even in the next 2 years, there will be something new that will be, developed, or even the ones we can now identify as fake will be more real. Like you need to put on like 5 glasses to, identify that that's a deep fake. But of course, very importantly, many institutions have, developed methods to detect these deep fakes. And those are some of the tools that you can use before you receive something and think that it's true. Maybe you could use a tool to verify whether it is true. So very importantly, deep fakes have become more realistic. Back then I would sit and be like, that is a deep fake, that's a real picture, and so many other things. But now I need to take over 3 minutes to kind of see probably the whole video and see any distortions on the face, on the lips, see if the voice has actually synced with what someone is saying, and it takes time. So that only speaks that deepfakes have become more realistic. Maybe with interest of time, I could just share this presentation. That link there just has quite a number of pictures that have been put together just to help you maybe identify if this is AI or, this is not. So I think such tests and such tools help us to learn. When you receive an image, before you forward it to someone, you take the time to actually assess whether it is true or not. And of course, when we talk about how these deepfakes are made, I think very importantly, we need to realize that AI is a good tool, okay? Very importantly, we realize that they are used by movie owners, for lack of a better word, to create these realistic impressions that we like to see, okay? And these movies are good, right? They are used to create those cartoons and so many other things, which is a good thing. But then, some of these tools are being used in a very inappropriate way. So yesterday I took time to actually, I could show you. So this is, for example, in video AI. I just wrote, must have been like, I think a line or two. I said, I think a man is eating rice and maybe went to the market. But you can see that AI created a whole video. So you can see that AI actually did this. So you can just take time, do in video. I don't know where AI got that, but that video was made. So I can get this video and share it, and someone thinks, oh, this story is real. Because there is rice, there is a man going to the market. I just gave it, I think there were just like 6 lines. Man may be eating rice, and he went to the market, and that's a full story. And that video can be shared, and someone can think that it is real. So when we're talking about disinformation, and that is where I want us to, you know, try to bring the conversation together, that such tools, when such things are made, it creates disinformation. Because I'll just share this video and someone will think that it is real. And yet it is false information. It is fake information. It's created by an AI. And so many other tools. If you just hear people talking about AI, someone can tell you, I'm mentioning 20 AI tools, and you're like, wow, all these are being used to do something. And when it comes to, of course, segmenting the AI tools that are used for writing, ChatGPT, how many of you know DeepSeek? 2, 3. DeepSeek. So DeepSeek is the new tool now that is like ChatGPT and probably works better because... Pardon? It's a different tool. This DeepSeek was created by another person who wanted to I think, power. Right? Right? Yes. And of course, just take time and just do a search on what DeepSeek is, what ChatGPT is, and understand the conversation. So it's also a tool like ChatGPT that I would assume looks better. I've tried to do a number of test runs. It brings better information or a layout, and then very funnily, their tool is free of charge. So the ChatGPT that we use the free version, okay, and it has limitations to how it brings out the information and so many other things. But now someone has come with DeepSeek, and it is free. It does so many other things that ChatGPT doesn't for the free version, okay? So you can just take time and check it out. So, like I said, there are very many tools that have been used to create gender disinformation. The Hugging Face Live portrait simply syncs audio. Like I put someone's face, and then I could speak, and then that picture is speaking. So if you remember Trump's videos that were showing, yeah? I'm doing that for a reason. Yes, so someone could just have your picture and then upload it on this AI tool and then say other things that you were not saying. And then share that video, and then someone calls you, hello Esther, what did you say? What is that you said? So AI is being used in many ways. So when we talk about how are deepfakes used, deepfakes can be used for positive things. I mentioned about the movies that are being created with special effect. You see a movie, you like it, I think that's a good thing. But then when it gets to the negative part where it's used for malicious intent, then we see things like disinformation campaigns. Very importantly, you saw that through the USA campaigns, you know? Trump versus and all that information came out and you didn't know which one was right, which one was wrong. And that is also used to spread fake news. And then, very importantly, election interference. I'm very expectant of 2026. And I think we are getting close to the elections. You remember Bessage's audio? For those that have heard. Have you heard what I've said? Bessage's audio. Yes, and those all speak to the interferences, because elections are coming. You know, they want to catch culprits and so many other things. They want to divert attention. So deepfakes are also used in election interference. Very importantly, used for bullying and harassment. I don't think I would one day wake up and find my picture being put on another person's body, maybe, you know, naked, get those things, and then it's posted on the internet. That becomes bullying and harassment. And that now still speaks to the online gender-based violence that we have been talking about. Okay? Then we have the non-consensual pornography. The story that I was mentioning about the Reddit users. These were like their first things that they were playing around, just sharing pornographic videos. They would get maybe tapes, those bad tapes, and then put people's faces and then share them. You get it? So that was, you know, quite a bad thing. And then looking, of course, at the laws and policies that we have now, if my face is on that picture, I'm definitely going to be looked for. I'm going to be taken to jail because of that video, and yet I'm actually not the one. And so you'll have to be in cell for some days until they prove that it is not you. But that could already have caused damage to the person or created psychological, you know, trauma for the person. Even to people that have professions, you know, we've heard of the impacts of such things. You lose your job, you know, you're traumatized, you are insulted by your family, and so many other things that, you know. And then we have hoaxes. These are tricks to deceive someone. Like I said, if I got a picture, a deep fake picture or video and shared it with my grandma, you know, maybe, and the video is talking about you are going to, I've remembered something. My auntie comes to me, I was home, and she's like, it was a video of Ronaldo. If you go on TikTok, you'll see it. She comes to me and she's like, Ronaldo, the video was talking about, if you see this video and then, I don't know, do what, you're going to win $200 million. And my auntie comes to me, and I didn't know how to tell her that this video is not, you know, real. And so many other things. And then in you probably they have Sandra's voice, and they are calling you and they're like, send me money, I'm here. You get it? And then you're hearing Sandra's voice, and then you're like, oh, Sandra is in danger, I need to send her money. And yet her voice has been cloned so that the person scams them. So looking at, you know, AI and its advancements. I came across this page. It has 138K subscribers. But this page only has videos that have been created with AI. So that also gives you a testament to it being infiltrated in the now that we are in. I mean, I can imagine 138K subscribers that subscribe to actually enjoy fake videos. You get it? It's I don't know, I find it quite absurd, but there's so many stories. If you go to Nini's folk tales, I think you could really just go through and see how many videos this person has created, and probably some people are thinking they are real stories. But of course, the transition, someone can just use ChatGPT, create a script, put it in another AI tool, and then, you know, it's deceiving. So we've talked about, lightly talked about disinformation, and this is just sharing of misleading information, fake news, false news, to deceive people, okay? I think that is the lighter way that I can put it, but if there's anyone that would like to elaborate more.
Okay, so to put it more into your perspective on how easily believable deepfakes are. One example for audio deepfakes was in the UK and the US. They have faced extreme circumstances where the voice of the CEO was cloned, and he ended up asking money from one of the executives. These are highly intellectual people. These are people who are well studied and well learned. These are people, and this money was sent. They have lost, I think one of the cases, someone lost about $400,000, and another case was about $2.8 million. So that's a lot of money. And this all happened because one deep fake ended up being, you know, sent to the wrong, like someone else. So if someone who is highly learned and highly intellectual has been fooled enough to believe this type of audio, what do you think the impact will be if, let me say, my mom, who is not well learned, or like your grandmother receives a phone call and they're like, it's Yasmin's voice, and I'm saying, oh, I'm in the hospital and I have an issue, can you send money? They are going to send money. Also, I think there is a Ugandan, more recent Ugandan example. Recently, I think in Nansana, I do not know how they figured it out, but a mother and daughter were recently arrested. I think you can look this up or something, because they were using audio to con people into sending them money. So that was also a use of AI, and that is more closer, more localized. Okay. Another more example is in the sexual context. You have more advanced countries like South Korea, Japan, the US, where they now actually had to implement laws because a lot of the women were suffering from deepfake sexual content. Their numbers were so bad because in South Korea, their numbers were like about 60 reports a month, yeah, of sexual content by deepfakes. Okay, so they had to create a law whereby this is now illegal and you can report it. Yes. So the other thing is, while we as parents love to post our children online, I would also urge people to be very careful because there is deepfake child sexual abuse material. Yes, so they take your child's photo that you innocently posted online, and they will create sexual material, videos and pictures that have nothing to do with your child, and then they will post this on dark web websites so that other people who are into that can watch that. So for you, you're innocently posting your child, yet you are inadvertently making them a victim. So that is something that we also need to be aware of, and yeah, to be safe about. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that. I think that also gives me the need to rush because you've really highlighted quite a number of things that we should be very cognizant about. This was just a study by Virginia State Bar that says, did you know that 96% of deepfake videos online are non-consensual pornography targeting women? And now that is where we are, you know, interlinking it to the gendered disinformation, very purposefully that they are, you know, harming women and girls. But very importantly, when we talk about tactics and strategies, we're looking at deepfake technologies that are being used. And of course, these are AI-generated videos, images, you know, audios that are used to create explicit or defamatory content. Also looking at other tactics of AI is, you know, misleading narratives, okay? When it comes to, for example, a pornographic video being shared, of course, very many people will not take the first step of analyzing if this video is actually true, but it would have a bigger percentage of people thinking that, oh, women are this, and now that's how the narratives are created, that's how the stereotypes, are dragged along. Because then, I'm just imagining, let's say, my grandmother, mother, they'll see a video once, and that is it. Their judgment will be that. So it creates a lot of misleading narratives that damage the reputations and credibility of people. If you very importantly know the ladies, which I'll not mention the names, I think you can just try to, the women in limelights that have encountered such scenarios of non-consensual distribution of intimate images, I think we realize that long term, the impact, it has never gone away. I recently was just looking and researching, and you would not necessarily find the information if you type it in Google and find, for example, Juliet's pictures being shown, but have you heard of metadata? Data about something. They got this person's picture, put it in a report, and the notes. So there's still a trace of some of this information out there. But of course, back then, they would say that these images have been removed. But if I get an image and put it, for example, in a report, still the information will still have a trail. That speaks to the internet never forgets. And of course, when it talks about amplification of stereotypes, disinformation campaigns often exploit sexist stereotypes and reinforce society biases portraying women. Usually, the bigger percentage is that the women are and girls are more affected. When we talk of coordinated attacks, troll farms, bot networks, and coordinated online harassment, these usually affect. Now, when we talk about bot networks, we look at, let me say, lines of codes being written to attack, for example, a website. You get it. I'll give an example. If, let's say, WOUGNET'S website, like in a day, has to access 1,000 people, okay? After 1,000 people, it will probably give you feedback that this site is not accessible. Like the way you work, and at the end of the day, you're like, I am tired. You get it? Now, with bot attacks, usually someone just writes a code, okay? And attacks, for example, WOUGNET'S website, and a request is being sent to that website in within seconds. They've sent like 10. So within an hour of the day, for example, in the morning, the website is shut down because it has run out of requests. I don't know if you get that picture. You get it? So that's how bot networks work, in the sense that if someone maliciously wants to hurt WOUGNET and probably its beneficiaries accessing information, they can do that at 8 p.m. At 9 a.m. The website is down. People will be calling and asking what is wrong with your website and all those other things. So that is also intended attack when it comes to AI, machine learning, and deep fakes. Then when we look at the impacts, we've talked about the algorithmic biases. For example, when it comes to social media and search engines, algorithms often prioritize sensational and diverse content, increasing the visibility of disinformation targeting women. We all know how false information runs very fast. When it is serious work on online gender-based violence, it won't run. when it is fake information, Twitter will tell you that this post has reached over millions of people. And yet, you can see that that's a bias, you know, based on the assessment that this is false information. It should be verified and it shouldn't reach many people. Vis-a-vis if it's maybe a topic on online gender-based violence, that will only reach people in Uganda or, 30 people, and that's it. That's all Twitter can do. So algorithmic biases work like that because fake information or fake news moves very faster. When it comes to, of course, deepfake manipulation, AI generated media can make it nearly impossible to distinguish real content. Automated harassment, when it comes to the bots, these are deployed to coordinate online harassment, overwhelming victims with abusive messages. Okay? Someone can have deepfakes and, they're just sending this information to frustrate you. And this can be put in codes, and then within like a minute, 5 messages have been put to harass you. Then when we're talking about gender disinformation as online gender-based violence, I think we want to recognize it as a form of online gender-based violence due to its profound social, political, and psychological consequences. We've talked about how such violence affects people, even when it comes to political aspects. False information can be put out there that can affect people politically, socially, and psychologically. Then when it comes to combating gender disinformation, I'll be very happy to share these slides with Irene so that she can just disseminate for you guys to have them with you, because I would be annoyed if someone is in lunchtime. But I'm trying to make sure that I deliver. And then when it comes to combating gender disinformation, I think when we talk about regulatory measures, we're talking about the policies, the laws, and looking at the fact that, very many organizations are pushing towards having an AI policy or, regulatory framework. I think that would be helpful to kind of moderate or combat gender disinformation. Looking at AI ethics and moderation, I think this, systemically goes back to the platforms, where do they get the right to allow people do such, things. And I think very importantly, that speaks an example of that when it comes to moderation. I was using an AI tool, and I prompted it to do something, but I put the word kill, okay? In its processing, it was able to tell me no and tell me that I have used violent language. And that was a good thing, okay? When it comes to moderation, at least these tools should be able to verify and see that what is this person prompting me to do. So that at least when someone says do a pornographic video, okay, the tool can refuse. That means you cannot put someone's picture and make it a bad video. And of course, when that talks about, different forms of ethics that need to be considered. When we talk about still combating, we're talking about media literacy and public awareness, looking at the fact that, media plays a very important role in ensuring that people know how this AI is used, or how it manifests, or how it affects people. Very recently, I was entering a radio, and some man came with an old man came with a radio, and it was playing. So I could imagine if there are awareness creation programs that could be, put on these radio stations, so that even the people in the rural areas, because radio is the most accessible to them, could be aired. I think that could be one way for us to combat gender disinformation. Then support mechanisms for victims. I think that, of course, still talks about social media platforms being able to be accountable. Or when we talk about the platforms that we use, the tools that we use need to be accountable for such things. Then how do you protect yourself when it comes to, of course, children? Create secret codes, code words that you use with your loved ones, you know, so that if I'm talking to Yasmin, she could know that if I say A, B, C, D, you get it, then someone can know that, oh, this could be my mom. You get it? Because we use social media a lot, and so much information of ours is on the internet, but if we have those secret codes, then they can be able to protect maybe your kids in form of any deep fakes. Then verify. If someone calls you, texts you, or video messages you asking for help, call the person, cut them off, tell them, let me call you back. It has happened before. Some friend texts me and she's like, oh, by the way, you're late on your payment, kindly send the money. I'm like, what? And it was a phone call. So I was like, okay, let me call you back. And then I texted them, I'm like, Adbite. She's called Adbite. Sorry that I mentioned her name. She's called Mercy. I asked her, Mercy, did you lose your phone? Like, I was just trying to do a verification step to ensure that the person that, you know, has actually called me is the exact person. And I think around 2020, my mom told me that she would call my phone and then a random man picks up. You get it? So in a way, if she would take time to probably text me if the call is not going through and someone else is picking up, then she could use other forms of verification like texting and so many other things. Then when it comes to, again, protecting yourself, identify protection tools that could send you alerts. Now, for example, Truecaller, okay? When someone calls you and probably they've used Truecaller before, it can alert you that maybe this person is the one calling. I'm just giving an example of a way to sort of verify with, you know, different tools. I think if it's, for example, someone using Truecaller, it can let you know that you are maybe someone that you know is the one calling you, maybe put for you a name and so many other things. And then what do you do in case of financial fraud? Very importantly, I think some of the remedies Yasim has mentioned. One, call your bank yourself. If someone calls you from Airtel, from the bank, kindly turn them down, go to the website, look for the official numbers, and call them. That is how you can verify that someone from the bank has called. Other than someone just calling you, you can get the numbers from their official website, okay? And then when it comes to using passwords or codes for conversations or secret questions, for those of you that have opened up accounts and they tell you, answer 3 questions, okay? They'll ask you, where was your mother born, okay? You get how even systems are using such methods, okay? To verify, they can have 3 secret questions that only you or the bank knows. Are we at par? Yes? We all look tired, I'm sorry. But when it comes to another thing, train employees about the possibility of deepfakes. I think Yasmin has really given a scenario. Even the CEOs can be attacked. Then ask voice authentication and biometric security providers. Things like fingerprints, maybe face recognitions, can help, because I would imagine if probably I got a deep fake picture and then put it on my face recognition, I'll try and do that and see what happens. Very recently, but I talk about AI. You see those emojis that deform people on Snapchat? I got my phone, put that, used one of the, how do they call them? The filters, and put them on someone's face on my computer, and it changed. So you see how technology is very bad. So I'm thinking in the near future, people would create images that even your biometrics, like the phone or the optical verification, can bypass if someone maybe even has a picture of you. You get it? So when it comes to revenge or blackmail or harassment, limit the information that you're sharing. Still, Yasmin talked about limiting even the information that you share about your children on the internet. Use messaging apps with encryption such as WhatsApp, Signal, and the likes. Then watermark your photos and videos so that it's more evident if someone is tampered with. You remember the picture of Besigye that was taken by NBS, and they had watermarked it. And some people needed the picture without that ever. I just want to run through: avoid engaging blackmailers, reach out to a legal person or police to further have the conversation. And then anti-fake is a proactive way. I'll share all this. I just want to run through steps to take to identify deep fakes. Review the content in question. If, for example, you are seeing Esther and you're seeing another video, and then the video, the assumption is the language that is being used does not correlate with the person, you would want to question that, okay? Look at the jerky movements, distortions, unnatural movements like too much blinking or a lack of blinking. We all remember the Kawaka's picture video where people were telling us, check at the picture, the photo frame that was behind him. I think that was one way that they were trying to verify any deepfakes. Then watch for inconsistent facial features. You can see most of the time the lips are not actually opening. You get it? So I think if you take the other assessment, you will try and see how, real videos or real pictures would look like. Looking at analyzing speech patterns, they should match. Whatever someone is saying and whatever audio the person is saying should be lip syncing. Check whether the lip movements match. I think I've said that. Consider whether the person in question would realistically be in this set saying or doing such things. Okay, I mentioned that. And then, of course, check the photo or video. And I will end it by saying thank you. And thank you very much for your time. Oh, that was bad for me to take it, but we could just, as we are preparing to pack our bags, maybe Raymond could say something.
Yes, thank you so much, Nyapendi, for speaking so passionately about AI and information manipulation. I also want to thank you for giving a few insights on financial fraud. My thesis is around modern cyber fraud in the Ugandan banking sector for postgrad, so I will definitely be taking some of those into consideration. On the responses that you gave, there is something that touched content moderation, and I would like to say just this about it. As members of the Global Coalition on Tech Justice, we have you've seen what has happened with the Trump administration coming into power and big tech aligning themselves with what Trump is saying. None of the big technological companies wants to go against what Trump is saying. So we have been calling for more accountability of these platforms, especially the ones that develop, deploy, and allow people to use AI extensions in their applications and softwares to be, for example, Meta, which has Meta AI, X has Grok, the AI, and so many and so forth, to sort of go back on their position that they previously had on content moderation. When Trump came in, they sort of moved away from content moderation. So they're allowing free speech, which means all the rubbish that is on the internet is okay, whether it's deepfake, whether it's real, whether it's not real. So as the Global Coalition for Tech Justice members, we have asked for, first, the resignation of the oversight board for Meta, which is supposed to be pushing for things like content moderation, because they have failed in their part. And I think it's something, as people in the CSO spaces, something that we can learn from, an experience that we can learn from, asking these companies that develop, deploy, and allow people to use AI platforms to actually be more strict on content moderation. Because if you can moderate the content on your platforms, it means you will have some of these things dealt with, or at least reduced, not completely removed, but reduced. The other thing that Nyapendi brought out was that these algorithms are trained on our data, on the information we submit to different data brokers who then sell it for profit to companies that develop these things. So for example, the video of the market, what we put out there is what AI is going to use against us. So be careful with what you share. Even with ChatGPT, don't tell it so much about yourself. Because for example, me, unfortunately, it already knows a lot about me, yet I should be understanding these things better. So I've just realized that I overshared. I should not have given it a lot. Now if I told it to say bad things about me or roast me, it can kill me, you know? Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, it's okay? Okay, thank you so much, Esther, for that amazing presentation. Please, let's give her a round of applause. You know, having an affair with the new head to influence people's opinions when it comes to elections. There are those people in our communities, especially the elderly, who do not compromise on such things. Hey, so she's encroaching on someone's marriage. And before you know it, like for them morally, they have crossed you out. Okay? So we are now gearing into the next general elections. So we think it is something that is going to be a very huge problem. And again, why we specifically chose this, it's because we also have a project that we are currently running on gender disinformation. And this project is basically targeting activists, women journalists, and then politicians. And under this project is funded by APC, the Association of for Progressive Communications. And gender disinformation as a form of OGBV is something that we will be tackling under that project. And I thought it would be very important to now give you a bit of a test into what is likely to come. Thank you so much. Once again, just clap for Esther. Yes, and then on behalf of the able-bodied Executive Director, Ms. Sandra Cheng, in her absentia, much as I am not really able to fill in her big shoes, allow me to thank you so much for having been not only an attentive audience, but a very patient one. We have outspent the time that we promised that you would be here, at least for those that are supposed to, you know, take their leave or departure at exactly their lunch break. You will pardon us for that delay, but I hope at the end of all this, we have been able to learn one or two things. For those that have been walking the journey with us, from the time we commenced this project, from the needs assessments that we conducted to be able to understand what we should address under this project, straight to the consultative design meetings that we did have, again, where we're able to know what kind of format this web portal should take. And to you for having joined us today, we do not take that for granted. And we, as Women of Uganda Network, we will forever, forever be grateful. Thank you so much for coming at this particular point in time. Please do allow me to invite my colleague who will again introduce themselves to give you their opening, rather their... I'm hungry, right? Our colleague who is going to give the closing remarks and officially close this. And maybe just before I can depart, when you go to the wellness table, which is at the far back, we have been able to avail again some very beautiful stickers. These are stickers that you can put on, you know, the back parts of your computers, anywhere really that you deem fit. Some stickers, so please do feel free to pass by and pick some. Yes, and then maybe logistically, your transport refund will also be forwarded to your mobile money numbers. I thank you.
Hello. I already introduced myself. Should I introduce myself again? Okay, I'm Atwire Rosemary. I work with WOPA. So I'm standing here on behalf of WOPA. I would love to thank WOUGNET for always inviting us in their meetings, and for specifically for inviting us for this launch. Really, it was, I don't know, I can explain it. You know, this is something I never thought about. So I would love to thank Belgium, the Embassy of Belgium. They are not here. I know she moved out, for funding, for giving support. Then I also love to thank participants who are here. I know it's kind of nowadays too busy, but at least you managed to find time and sit here from morning up to now. What I would request from participants who are here, please, I know this launch, the web portal is something very important. And I can see in this room, there are so many SEOs who are missing here. So please, let's take time to visit this portal. Let us share with these other SEOs who are not available. Because I believe there is SEOs which have a wide range of followers on their Twitter accounts. So please, let's revisit it, let's share. We can even share in our own local communities where we are staying. You can share with friends. You know, it's really helpful. So I would love to thank WOUGNET again for reaching this milestone. I know it seems it has been a long journey, but at least to have something whereby you can advise those women who are suffering with the online gender-based violence, at least they have a place where they can access, they can put their complaint, because before it was very difficult. But at least now, at least you have a platform where you can come out and share your experiences, and in case you have a problem, at least they have managed to show us where we can access. Either you can go to FIDA, there you can see their numbers who are there. So this is really helpful. It's going to help women out there. It's going to help women down there in the communities. So I would love to thank Pokem from Cindy, from Hoima, from Hoima mwebale okuija. Bwempula abantu bo white nsemererwa muno ningamba at least n'abantu bo white hano semererwa muno kubalora. So tugaruke yo Hoima. Abantu ba Hoima, muramu ina ba Masindi nabo musharinge nkabunyoro. Manyira abantu balanso okwo, they don't know about gender-based violence. So when we go back to Hoima, let's share with friends, with everyone. Thank you very much. I can say this meeting has come to an end. We are going for lunch, right?
Okay, nice lunch.
Yes, thank you so much. In regards to lunch, as you do step out, please do feel free to pass by again that wellness desk so that you can pick up your lunch coupon. In case you do not pick up your coupon, please do not call me. I will not pick up. Yes, just a joke, but please do endeavor to pass by. And then for our TOTs, I think our brief meeting, it's really going to be brief. It is a closed meeting. We are just going to have it from, let's say 2:30 up to 3. Is that okay? I think therein we shall still meet our time expectations. Thank you so much.
Do you know about online gender-based violence? It is any act of violence committed or abetted by the use of ICT tools like laptops, phones, internet, email, or social media. This act is directed towards someone against their will on the basis of gender. Online GBV violates women's digital rights to freedom of expression and association, right to access information, right to privacy and data protection, that can never be underlooked because survivors have faced prejudice, emotional damage, loss of jobs, and others have suffered physical violence. What are the forms of online gender-based violence? Online sexual harassment, a violence inflicted when a harasser sends abusive, threatening, or obscene messages to the victim. Cyberstalking, a repeated surveillance by an individual or a group towards another person with the intention of harassing. Non-consensual intimate images, commonly known as revenge porn, involves distributing of sexually explicit images or videos of a person on the internet without consent. Trolling involves posting of messages, images, or videos and the creation of hashtags for the purpose of annoying, provoking, or inciting violence against someone. Many trolls are anonymous and use false accounts to generate hate speech. What can I do if I'm faced with violence online? Ask the people around you for support. Report abusive accounts or content to the authorities and to the social media operators. Document or write down the experience for later legal use. Call a lawyer to help you file a lawsuit or report the matter to the nearest police station and file a report.
Won't I be harassed or bullied again after I report the matter to police? How do I avoid it from happening again to me?
Don't be afraid to report the matter. It is your fundamental right to seek for protection. Always use different passwords for different websites and accounts whenever required, and remember your password is a secret only known to you. Avoid communicating with strangers online or participating in online forums or sites that encourage anonymity.
Do young girls or women like me also face violence online?
Everyone is vulnerable. We need to be vigilant and report any form of abuse and risk online because you are a potential victim. What are some of the laws in Uganda that I can refer to when reporting the case of violence or abuse online? The Computer Misuse Act of 2011, Data Protection and Privacy Act of 2019, Anti-Pornography Act of 2014, and the Penal Code Act are some of the laws that you can refer to in addition to other specific social media and online privacy policies. This message is brought to you by Women of Uganda Network with support from Take Back the Tech APC.